Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Je vous prie de regagner vos sièges. La commission va ouvrir ses travaux. Oui, très bien. Monsieur le vice-président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme, honorable commissaire, chers collègues, distingués délégués représentant les États, distingués délégués représentant les INDH et les organisations.
The NHRIs, civil society organizations, members of the Secretariat, interpreters, I wish you all a good day. Welcome to today's session, day 6 of our session at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Madam STC, kindly guide us as to today's program.
May, we would be having two main agenda items. We would start the day with the state report of the Republic of Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. Between 9 a.m. And 12:30 p.m. we would have the state report of Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. And then thereafter, from 12:30 p.m. Up until 4:30 p.m. with a lunch break in between, we would receive two intersession reports of honorable commissioners, and this would be the reports of the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa, Honorable Commissioner Topsy Sono, and we would also receive the report of the Chairperson of the Committee on the Protection of the Rights of People Living with HIV and those at risk, vulnerable to, and affected by HIV, and this is Honorable Commissioner Lita Musimi Organa. Thank you very much, Chair.
Merci beaucoup, STC.
Much, STC. So let us consider item 9, the first item on our agenda, consideration of state reports. We have the delegation of the Republic of Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, led by Mohamed Hassan Besad. I welcome you, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. On behalf of the Commission, we welcome you here. The reason that you are here is provided for in Article 62 of the African. Each state party every 2 years is required to present a report on the legislative and other measures taken to respect the rights and obligations as provided for in the Charter. The Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic is a state party to this Charter. Your initial report was presented in 2003 during the 33rd session of the African Commission held in Niamey, Niger. And then we received a report during the 57th session of the session in Luanda in 2014 in May. So this is the third occasion where you will be presenting your report to the Commission. We would like to have constructive dialogue with you for the well-being of all peoples, all populations. So as a Commission, it's a special time for us. We wish to interact with all states party to the Charter. And so this is the objective of this exercise. May I ask that you dialogue with us in a calm and a serene manner. We will hear from you. We will ask questions. So this is how we will proceed. Firstly, we'll give you the floor for an hour. You can organize yourselves amongst the members of your delegation as to who will take the floor. Following this presentation, I will give the floor to different commissioners who will raise questions in line with the themes that they have identified. And then we will make comments, and then we will come to a conclusion. As is customary, we will give the floor to our commissioner, the rapporteur, who is monitoring the human rights situation in the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, Honorable Topsison. You have the floor.
Esteemed delegation from the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, welcome to our session, and thank you for having now presenting your third report. And as the chair has stated, you will have 1 hour for the presentation of report, wherein then I will come in with general questions, and then each commissioner will come with their special questions. So welcome once again to the Commission, and thank you for the presentation of your report. Thank you. The floor is all yours. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. As-salatu was-salam.
In the name of Allah, the merciful, the compassionate. Honorable Commissioner Idrissa Sow, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Excellency Commissioner responsible of the Sahrawi Republic, Orshina Steptosono.
The African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Let me
and of the African, we want the Africa we want, and the Africa we hope and we inspire for. It is this commission and the charter is a source of pride for all of us in this continent, because it has a particularity where it doesn't only...
Sorry, Honorable Minister, we don't have the interpretation in French. Interprétation en français, s'il vous plaît. Interprétation en français. Est-ce que vous êtes prêts? Très bien. Yeah, you can proceed now.
It's okay. So it has a particularity that is coming from the history of our continent and the history of our people, of the African people. In the same time that it caters for the individual rights, it also caters and gives special attention to the people's right, to the community, to the broad collectivity of our citizens. And it is a very particular character of the African system of human rights and people's rights, which is different from the American system, the United Nations system, and the European system. And these characteristics gives us a sense of belonging and a sense of pride in our system. And I want to thank you, all of you, of the contribution you are doing for the better life for our continent and the better life for our peoples and our countries. يشرفني باسم الجمهورية الصحراوية.
It's my honor on behalf of the Sahrawi Arabic Democratic Republic to express my sincere thanks and appreciation for you, to this opportunity to present the Sahrawi Republic Consolidated Periodic Report on the implementation of the provisions of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, as well as the Maputo Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa and the Kampala Convention on the protection and the assistance of internally displaced persons in Africa. I would like also at the outset to express the Sahrawi Republic appreciation for the pivotal role played by your esteemed Commission in strengthening the African system for the protection of human and people's rights and the consolidation of the values of justice, human dignity, and the rule of law within the African region. Honorable President, ladies and gentlemen, the Sahrawi Republic participation today in this interactive dialogue is not merely a fulfillment of a procedural obligation arising from the Article 62 of the African Charter as said by the chairperson, but a political and legal and moral expression of a firm belief of my government that the human rights constitute the foundation of modern state building and fundamental pillar for achieving peace, justice, and stability on the African continent. The Sahrawi Republic is committed to respect and work on the respect of human rights in the continent, despite the challenges that are arising from the special situation and government's commitment to the dignity of a human in the difficult and complex circumstances. Honorable President, this report comes at a time of great sensitivity at the national, regional, and international levels, given the specific nature of the Sahrawi situation as one of the decolonization that has not been yet completed, and given that the Sahrawi Republic exercises its functions and responsibilities amidst the ongoing Moroccan military occupation of largest part of its national territory and the resulting complex humanitarian, economic, institutional, and security challenges. Despite these challenges, the Sahrawi state has continued its efforts aiming at strengthening institutional development, upholding the rule of law, protecting fundamental rights, advancing the status of women, protecting the most vulnerable groups in society, children and the elderly and people with special needs, supporting the independence of the judiciary, and developing the national legal framework in line with its African and international commitments. Ladies and gentlemen, this report has been prepared using a comprehensive participatory approach involving various government institutional and relevant national bodies alongside civil societies, organizations, and specialists, experts within the framework of the consultation, openness, and commitment to presenting a realistic and transparent picture of the human rights situation in the Sahrawi Republic, including the existing challenges and difficulties. During this dialogue, the delegation of the Sahrawi Republic will endeavor to present to you, the esteemed commission, the comprehensive balanced picture of the human rights situation in territories administered by the Sahrawi state, the efforts made to promote rights and freedom, the institutional and legal reforms that have been implemented, and the structural challenge links to continuing occupation and the denial of the Sahrawi people's an inalienable right to self-determination. Honorable President, ladies and gentlemen, the Sahrawi Republic regards this dialogue as an opportunity to strengthen constructive cooperation with your esteemed Commission and as a chance to exchange views and experience in pursuit of common goal of establishing a just and effective African system for the protection of human rights and peoples. In this context, I wish to reaffirm the Sahrawi Republic's full readiness to engage constructively with the observations and the recommendations that will be issued by your esteemed Commission based on its firm commitment to continuing to develop this and strengthen the national human rights framework. And thank you. I will be helped in presenting this report. My colleague Fadali Bouya, he is the Minister in charge of relations with the Parliament, which falls under the umbrella of his portfolio is the protection and promotion of human rights. As well, I will be supported here with my colleague Abida Mohammed Hussein. She is an ambassador and general director of the international relations at the Ministry of International Relations, and in her portfolio as well as the protection of human rights. I would like to express my joy and happiness to be among you. Thank you very much. Honorable President, ladies and gentlemen, when we speak about specificity of the Sahrawi situation, state building under occupation and in exile, before addressing the technical and institutional aspects relating to the implementation of the provision of the African Charter, I would like to pause to consider a fundamental element without which the Sahrawi report cannot be understood or assessed, namely the specific nature of the Sahrawi situation itself. The Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic is not a state living under normal circumstances or exercising full sovereignty over its entire national territory, as you know. Rather, it's a member state of the African Union exercising its functions and institutions in an exceptional and complex context characterized by continued occupation of large parts of its territory since 1975. And the continued denial of its people an unalienable right to self-determination despite the decades of African and international efforts aimed at completing the process of decolonization in Western Sahara. The Sahrawi Republic declared its establishment on 27th of February 1976, following the withdrawal of the Spanish colonial forces within a legal and political context aimed at filling the legal and institutional vacuum resulting from the end of the Spanish colonial presence without the decolonization process having been completed according to United Nations resolution and international laws. Since then, the Sahrawi people have found themselves facing the extremely harsh reality, part of the people living under occupation, part of the people living in liberated territories, a large part has been living in refugee camps for nearly half a century, and others are scattered, of course, across the diaspora, whilst parts of the national territory remain subject and armed conflict and constant instability. Ladies and gentlemen, the exceptional situation has not prevented the Sahrawi people from building functional national institutions and developing constitutional, legal, and administrative system which, despite limited resources and circumstances, seeks to guarantee the fundamental rights of citizens and promote the principles of good governance and the rule of law. Despite war, displacement, and the occupation, the Sahrawi people have chosen to build institutions rather than temporary camps and to establish an administration, judiciary, school, hospitals, and national human rights mechanisms in one of the most challenging geographic and humanitarian environments on the African continent. Honorable President, the Sahrawi Republic is founded on the fundamental convention that the right of people to self-determination is not merely a political right, but also a prerequisite for enjoyment of all other human rights. Depriving the entire people of sovereignty over their land, resources, and political future has directed impact on the following: civil and political rights, economic and social rights, the right to development, the right to security and stability, and fifth, to right to the human dignity itself. For this reason, the Sahrawi Republic considers that the human rights situation in Western Sahara cannot be addressed in isolation from the roots of the conflict and from the legal status of the territory as an unself-governing territory subject to decolonization process that has not yet been completed according to the United Nations and the African Union itself. Ladies and gentlemen, the continuation of Moroccan military occupation and the associated documented human rights violations. Secondly, unlawful exploitation of natural resources. Thirdly, the denial of access to the international observers. And fourthly, the obstruction of United Nations and African mechanism. This does not constitute only a political challenge, but also a structural obstacle to the full enjoyment of human rights in Western Sahara. Nevertheless, the Sahrawi Republic has remained committed to cooperation with African and international mechanisms to institution building, to the promotion of rights of freedom, and the belief in the role of international and African law in protecting peoples from occupation, colonization, and denial of fundamental rights. Honorable President, ladies and gentlemen, we do not present to your esteemed Commission the experience of a fully fledged state with the necessary conditions and capabilities, but rather the experience of an African people who, for 50 years, have been striving to build the state, institutions, and the human rights framework amidst exile, occupation, and war, without renouncing their faith in the law, their African identity, and their legitimate right to freedom, dignity, and self-determination. Thank you. Good morning to all. Honorable President, Honorable Commissioners of the Commission, Honorable attendees. When it concerns what concerns the constitutional and institutional framework and the promotion of the rule of law, despite the constraints imposed by the situation of occupation and exile, the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic has, during the years covered by this report, continued its efforts to strengthen institutional development and consolidate the rule of law, based on the firm conviction that the building of democratic institutions is a cornerstone of the protection of human rights and the guarantee of their sustainability. In this context, the Sahrawi Republic has witnessed the recent years series of constitutional, legal, and institutional reforms aimed at strengthening the principle of separation of powers, broadening the political participation, strengthening the independence of judiciary, modernizing the national legal framework, and strengthening the oversight and governance mechanisms. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sahrawi Constitution, amended in 2023, enshrined the principle of separation of executive, legislative, and judicial powers within a presidential system, whilst expanding safeguards relating to the fundamental rights and freedoms. In this context, the Sahrawi National Assembly, or the Parliament, as the elected legislative authority, is responsible for the legislating, overseeing the work of the government, and ratifying international agreements, as well as addressing human rights issues through its standing and specialized committees. The Assembly consists of 51 members elected by direct universal suffrage. The role of the Constitutive Council has been strengthened as representative forum of the various components of Sahrawi society, including women, young people, community leaders, special activists, within the framework of broadening community participation and in public debate and national decision-making. Honorable President, in the area of promoting political participation and strengthening women representation, the Sahrawi Republic has adopted significant legal reforms, most notably the introduction of minimum of 33% quota for women on electoral lists, while with any electoral lists failing to comply with the principle being rejected. This policy has contributed to raising the proportion of women in parliament to 42%, which is among the highest on the African continent. As for the judiciary, the Sahrawi Republic has continued its efforts to strengthen judicial independence and ensure the protection of rights and freedoms in accordance with legal and constitutional standards. The Sahrawi judicial system consists of courts of first instance, courts of appeal, and the Supreme Court, as well as a military courts specializing in cases of military nature. Judgments are delivered in the name of the people, whilst guaranteeing the right to the fair trial, quality before the law, and the right to defense. The Supreme Judicial Council also plays a pivotal role in safeguarding the independence of judiciary and ensuring professional and moral rights of judges. Ladies and gentlemen, among the most significant institutional developments witnessed by the Sahrawi Republic during the reporting period is the strengthening of the Constitutional Council status as an independent constitutional body responsible for reviewing the constitutionality of laws, verifying the legality of elections, educating constitutional disputes, and ensuring respect for the Constitution and the rule of law. The Sahrawi Republic has also strengthened the role of the Sahrawi National Human Rights Commission as an independent and advisory body operating in accordance with the Paris Principles and undertaking the following tasks: monitoring and follow-up, raising awareness and sensitizing the public, preparing reports and recommendations, and monitoring the human rights situation. The Commission has been enshrined in 2023 Constitution, reflecting the state's political will to strengthen national mechanisms for the protection of human rights. Honorable President, in the legislative sphere, recent years have been the adoption of series of organic laws and regulatory texts relating to the electoral system, media regulation, freedom of association, organization of local communities, and ensuring the representation of women within the elected bodies. These reforms were the result of extensive consultation involving various stakeholders and national institutions, reflecting the adoption of participatory approach to the development of the national legal and institutional framework. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sahrawi Republic recognizes that building the rule of law is a cumulative and ongoing process, particularly in light of the challenges associated with the occupation, displacement, and limited resources. However, it remains committed to the continuing of its efforts to reform and institutional development, strengthening the independence of national institutions, and consolidating culture of rights and freedom in line with its African and international commitments. Thank you. Honorable President, the Honorable Reporter, the Commissioner Reporter of the Western Sahara, concerning the economic, social, and cultural rights, protection of human dignity in exceptional circumstances. Recognizing the universal and indivisible nature of human rights, the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic has attached particular importance to the promotion of economic, social, and cultural rights as a fundamental prerequisite for protection of human dignity and the achievement of social justice. Despite limited resources and the constraints resulting from occupation and exile, the Sahrawi state has sought to guarantee a minimum level of basic services for its citizens to develop public policies relating to health, education, social protection, and the empowerment of vulnerable groups. Ladies and gentlemen, my country has made education a central national priority based on the firm conviction that human development is the foundation of nation building. In this context, the state guarantees free and compulsory education whilst continuing efforts to universalize school attendance and improve the quality of educational services despite the difficult circumstances associated with the reality of exile. School enrollment has reached approximately 98% according to national indicators for the year 2024, reflecting the efforts made to guarantee the rights to education for all children without discrimination. The state also has continued to invest in preschool education, which is compulsory and obligatory for all the Sahrawi children from the age of 3. Training of teaching staff, the development of curriculums, expanding opportunities for higher education and vocational training, promoting girls' education and ensuring their continued schooling, the domestic production of widely used medicines. Honorable President, in the field of health, the Sahrawi Republic pursues a policy based on the provision of free basic health services, considering health to be fundamental human rights rather than a social privilege. The public authority have worked to adopting a comprehensive prevention policy through awareness and education campaigns, hygiene initiatives, and health weeks. Strengthening the primary health care and make it close to the citizens and wherever they are. Expanding the vaccination and preventive care programs for all children through the combined vaccines, first phase and second phase, and the and for the improving the reproductive health services, and supporting maternal and child health programs in cooperation with friendly and sister nations such as all those programs were carried out in cooperation with friendly and sister nations such as the Republic of Algeria and the state of Cuba. National indicators for 2024 show insignificant progress in the number of health areas, including the life expectancy, which reached 67.7 years, the decline in infant and maternal immortality rates compared to previous periods. Despite these efforts, the country continues to face real challenges linked to limited resources, heavy reliance on humanitarian aid, difficulties in securing funding, and the harsh climatic and environmental conditions endured by the Sahrawi refugees for nearly 50 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sahrawi Republic has as well worked to strengthen the social protection system and support the most vulnerable groups, including women, children, people with disability, and older people. In this context, the state has continued to develop social inclusion, care, and psychological educational support programs, whilst strengthening efforts to promote the rights of persons with disability and improve their participation in society. The Sahrawi Republic has also ratified a number of relevant African instruments, including the Protocol on the Rights of Persons with Disability and the Protocol on the Rights of Older People. Honorable President, we cannot speak of economic and social rights of the Sahrawi people without addressing the direct impact of the ongoing Moroccan occupation on the right to development and the decent standard of living. The continued exploitation of the Sahrawi natural resources outside any legitimate legal framework deprives the Sahrawi people of the benefit of their national wealth and the potential of sustainable economic development. The continuation of the conflict also leads to reduction of opportunities for investment and development, deepening the dependence on humanitarian aid, and creating fragile society economic conditions, particularly among young people and refugees. At the same time, the occupying authorities continue to impose discriminatory policies within the occupied territories, including economic marginalization, exclusion from employment opportunities, social restrictions, and attempts to alter the demographic composition of the territory by encouraging settlement. Ladies and gentlemen, despite all these challenges, the Sahrawi Republic remains committed to continue to work towards strengthening economic, social, cultural rights, developing essential services, supporting vulnerable groups, and establishing a development approach based on human dignity, equality, and solidarity. Whilst we acknowledge the existing difficulties, we also affirm that the protection of economic and social rights in such exceptional circumstances constitutes for the Sahrawi people a form of resilience and defense of the right of people, dignity, and hope. Thank you. Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Commissioners concerning Sahrawi women and implementation of the Maputo Protocol from empowerment to participate in decision making. The Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic considers that the promotion of women's rights is not merely a legal obligation arising from the Maputo Protocol or other regional and international instruments, but a social and political choice linked to the very history of the Sahrawi national struggle, in which Sahrawi women from the very beginning of the national liberation movement have played a pivotal role in the resistance, organization, and institutional and social development. In the context of war, exile, and displacement, the Sahrawi women have been essential partners in maintaining social cohesion and the continuity of state institutions, and have contributed directly to education, health, administration, humanitarian work, community organization, and political diplomatic representation. Ladies and gentlemen, as a part of the implementation of the Sahrawi Republic commitment under the Maputo Protocol, the state has over the past few years continued to adopt a series of legislative, institutional, and practical measures aimed at promoting women's participation and empowerment and ensuring equality and non-discrimination. The adoption of Declaration of Gender Equality on 19 March 2022 constituted an important political and institutional step in this direction, whereby the Sahrawi Republic committed to monitoring the implementation of equality objectives and submitting periodic reports thereon to the African Union. The state has also worked to integrate a gender perspective into public policies and strengthen the presence of women within the state institutional and decision-making bodies. Honorable Chair, among the most notable indicators of this trend is the adoption of women quota system, which was in the electoral laws, as has been mentioned before, setting a minimum of 33%, with the list failing to comply with these legal requirements being rejected. This policy has enabled the proportion of women representation in the Sahrawi parliament to raise it to 42%, as was mentioned by the minister, which is one of the highest rates of women representation in African parliaments. Sahrawi women today had held positions of responsibility within the government, the parliament, the judiciary, the public administration, the diplomatic services, and the educational and health and social institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, in the economic and social sphere, the Sahrawi Republic has continued its efforts to support women economic empowerment and promote their independence. In this context, various programs and initiatives have been established, including vocational training, support for small businesses and women cooperatives, economic and social rehabilitation, and capacity building for women in fields of management, leadership, and community work. A specialist technical group has been also established, comprising women experts of fields of psychology, sociology, law, health, economics, and political science, with the aim of supporting training, awareness raising, and women advancement programs. Honorable Chairperson, the Sahrawi Republic attaches particular importance to protecting women from all forms of discrimination and violence, and to strengthening the legal and the social safeguards necessary to preserve their dignity and rights. The state also continues in its efforts to raising community awareness, supporting girls' education, improving health services for women, and fostering culture of equality and partnership with society. However, the Sahrawi Republic stresses at the same time that the Sahrawi women in occupied territories face serious and alarming conditions as a result of the grave violations associated with the occupation, including repression, restrictions on women human rights defenders, arrest, torture, violence in all its forms, and violations of civil and political rights, as well as economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights. Despite this, Sahrawi women within the occupied territories continue to play a prominent role in the peaceful defense of human rights and the Sahrawi people's rights to self-determination under extremely dangerous and difficult conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, for the Sahrawi Republic, the experience of Sahrawi women is not merely one of social empowerment, but a model of women participation in the building of society and the state within an exceptional context marked by displacement and occupation and war. The Sahrawi Republic, therefore, considers that continuing promoting women's rights and empowerment will remain one of its key priorities, based on the firm conviction that no national or democratic project can succeed without the full, effective, and equitable participation of women. Thank you. Honorable Chair, Honorable Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, concerning the reform of justice systems, strengthening of legal safeguards, and protection of rights and freedoms, the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic believes that the independence of the judiciary and the rule of law constitute the cornerstone of any effective national system for the protection of human rights and peoples. Consequently, during the years covered by this report, the state has continued its efforts to develop the justice system and strengthen the legal and institutional safeguards relating to the protection of fundamental rights and freedoms. These reforms stem from the fundamental conviction that trust in the institutions cannot be built without an independent judiciary and clear legal safeguards and effective mechanisms to protect individuals from any abuse or violations. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, the Sahrawi legal system has undergone a series of legislative and regulatory reforms aimed at, as I said before, strengthening the independence of judiciary, improving the performance of judicial institutions, developing safeguards relating to fair trial, and enshrining the principle of equality before law and the right to defense. In this context, the amended Sahrawi Constitution of 2023 guarantees a range of fundamental rights and safeguards, including the presumption of innocence, the right to a defense, no arrest or detention except in accordance with law, protection of a human dignity, and the inviolability of the home and private life. The national legal framework also provides for a limit of 72 hours on the duration of policy custody, whilst consideration continues to be given to bringing national legislation into line with the recommendation issued by your esteemed Commission regarding the reduction of this period to 48 hours. Honorable Chairperson, our Chair, in the area of judicial independence, the Sahrawi Republic continues to support the role of Supreme Judicial Council as primary guarantor of the independence of the judiciary and protection of judges. In performing their duties, the state is working to improve the training of judges and judicial officers, modernizing social procedures, and developing the institutional performance of courts. The Sahrawi Republic affirms that the legal profession is practiced freely and independently in accordance with the law as a key partner in pursuit of justice and safeguarding the rights of freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of its commitment to promoting human rights, the Sahrawi Republic has continued its cooperation with relevant African and international mechanisms and has worked to develop its national legal framework in line with its obligations under, first, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, second, African instruments relating to women, persons with disability, and elderly, three, and the principle of international humanitarian law. The Polisario Front, the only representative of the Sahrawi people, has also declared its formal commitment to Geneva Convention and additional protocol, number 1, relating to the protection of victims of international armed conflicts, and a move that reflects a clear commitment to respecting the rule of international humanitarian law. Honorable Chair, with regards to protection of persons deprived of their liberty, the state continues to work on strengthening legal safeguards of detainees, improving the conditions of detention, and supporting reintegration programs, particularly for juveniles. The competent authorities are also continuing their efforts to prevent torture and ill treatment and promote culture of human rights within security and judicial institutions, guided by relevant African principles and guidelines, including the Robben Island principles. Ladies and gentlemen, despite these efforts, the Sahrawi Republic does not hide the fact that the justice system faces real challenges linked to limited human and material resources, refugee and displacement situations, difficulties in training and continuous professional development, and the reality of a conflict that has persisted for decades. Nevertheless, the state remains committed to continuing the path of reform and institutional development, promoting culture of rule of law, and improving the effectiveness of judicial institutions, thereby ensuring the protection of rights and freedoms in accordance with African and international standards. Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Commission, the Sahrawi Republic considers that building an independent and effective justice system under conditions of occupation and exile is not merely an institutional challenge, but also a political and moral mission that affirms the Sahrawi people's commitment to the values of law, justice, and the human rights, even in the most complex circumstances. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, ladies commissioners, it is impossible to speak of the objective to applicability about the human rights in the situation in the Western Sahara. It cannot be addressed in a balanced manner in the Sahrawi Republic without focusing on the central structural factor that continues to be the source of the main violations of the human rights. That is mainly the ongoing Moroccan military occupation of the large parts of the territory of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic since 1975. The Sahrawi Republic affirms that the exercise of the people of Sahrawi of their inalienable right to self-determination is not merely a political issue or a territorial dispute, but constitutes a fundamental violation of one of the fundamental rights guaranteed in articles of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Ladies and gentlemen, numerous international reports and mechanisms have concluded that the continued occupation and the denial of the Sahrawi peoples of their rights to self-determination is a cause of the civil, political, economic, and social and cultural rights. And in this context, the occupied territories of the Western Sahara continue to witness 1. Systemic and ongoing restrictions on public freedoms. 2. Suppression of all peaceful demonstrations. 3. Arbitrary arrests. 4. Cases of enforced disappearances that the fate of victims of which remains unknown up to this day. And then 4. Trials that lack fair trial guarantees. And restrictions also continues the freedom of expression, freedom of association, and work of human rights defenders. Honorable Chairperson, among the most serious manifestations of this situation is the continued blockade of the territory and prevention of independent international monitoring. For years, Moroccan occupying authorities have not prevented hundreds of international observers to enter the territories. That number is approximately 329 foreign observers from 21 nationalities, that is since the year 2024 to 2025. Many other United Nations and African Union mechanisms, including this Honorable Commission, could not visit the territory. This limits the possibility of independent monitoring of the human rights situation there. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable commissions, the Sahrawi Republic expresses its deep regret that the United Nations missions for the referendum in the Western Sahara, MINUSO, remains up to this day one of the few peacekeeping missions in the world that have no clear independent mandate to monitor the human rights violations in the region. The Sahrawi Republic expresses its grave concern at the continued illegal exploitation of the Sahrawi natural resources in clear violation of the principle of inalienable sovereignty of the people over their natural resources. In this regard, the judicial ruling issued by the Court of Justice of the European Union issued that the Sahrawi is a separate region from Morocco, and the exploitation of the resources should not come without the approval of the Sahrawi people. Mr. President, Honorable Chairperson, furthermore, the Moroccan military wall stretched for 2,700, the largest and longest wall that after the Chinese Great Wall, which is having more than 9.5 million landmines, is separating. This wall is a daily threat to the lives of civilians, animals, and the human security, as well as the environmental security in the region. Despite the efforts made by the Sahrawi Republic in cooperation with its international partners in the field of mine clearance and destruction of anti-personnel stockpiles, particularly in the area of Wadi Dhahab and Sagir Hamra, in accordance with Geneva Convention and Geneva Convention, it has previously signed an agreement with Geneva Coal, under which significant quantities of front stockpile of anti-personnel mines have been destroyed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sahrawi Republic affirms that the respect for human rights in the Western Sahara remains closely linked to the need of respect of international law and to complete the process of decolonization of the territory. Sahrawi Republic also reaffirmed that any approach to disregard the Sahrawi people's right to self-determination or to attempt to impose unilateral solutions outside the framework of international law will only lead to deepening tensions, prolong the effect, and creating further human suffering. Mr. Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of the Commission, the Sahrawi Republic does not ask your esteemed Commission to adopt political positions, but rather it calls for equal and rigorous application of the provisions of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Sahrawi people in equal footing with the other African people. We also call the African Commission to, one, continue fulfill its legal and moral mandate with regard to the Western Sahara, strengthening the monitoring of follow-up of the mechanism, and number three, given the human rights situation in the occupied territories deserve within the African protection system. Honorable Chairperson, the application of the rights should not be to be given to certain members of the African people and deprive the others. Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Commission, before giving the floor to His Excellency the Minister of Foreign Affairs to give the final conclusion, let me speak about the judicial victories that we made, as well as the commitment of the Sahrawi Republic with the African mechanisms. The compliance of the Sahrawi or commitment to the rights of the people is not based only on political or historical rights, but it is on the African human rights law. And that was consolidated by the African Union, International Court of Justice, as well as many other human rights decisions. And in this regard, the Sahrawi Republic reaffirms that the issue of the Sahrawi Republic remains in accordance with the international legal system, a matter of decolonization that is not yet completed. And the people of the Sahrawi Republic remain in their territory, and they have the right to use their own resources. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last few years, the international legality or legal system on the Sahrawi continued in a number of judicial decisions and political positions, stating the uniqueness of the Sahrawi Republic from the Kingdom of Morocco. These decisions affirms that the legal situation of this region is of the territory is separate from the Kingdom of Morocco. The African Court on Human and People's Rights issued a historical decision in the year 2022, in which it affirmed the following. The ownership of the resources, the African Court decided that the right to self-determination is connected to the use of the national resources of the region, and any use if these resources without the approval of the people is not accepted. This is part of the decision of the African Court on Human and People's Rights with regard to our resources. The legality of occupation. The court considers that the continued presence of the Kingdom of Morocco in the territory constitutes a violation of the Sahrawi people's right to self-determination and the right of the people. The responsibility of the African countries is a collective responsibility. The decision of the African Court imposed on all the member states of the African Union to not recognize this occupation and the need and the importance of supporting the Sahrawi people in their decolonization and freedom. The court also, the European Court of Justice, in a number of cases, decided that the Sahrawi Republic or the Sahrawi region is not part of the Morocco, and any use of the natural resources is not legal without the approval of the people of Sahrawi Republic, who is the owner of these resources. The decision issued on the 4th October 2024 states clearly that the agreements between the European Union and the Kingdom of Morocco cannot include the Sahrawi territory without the free approval of the people of the Sahrawi Republic. Mr. Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, furthermore, the legal advisor of the African Union had previously affirmed in the year 2025 in the legal opinion that the Moroccan presence in the Western Sahara constitutes a situation of occupation, and that any exploitation of the Sahrawi natural resources is without the consent of the Sahrawi people is unlawful. Furthermore, the judicial ruling issued by the South African court regarding the shipment of Sahrawi phosphate market, an important legal milestone. Honorable Commissioners, the Sahrawi Republic considered these legal and judicial developments to be an important indication of the continued clarity of the legal status of the Western Sahara, despite the attempts to impose these realities. The Sahrawi Republic reaffirms its unwavering commitment to continue with the various African and international mechanisms to support the rights of the Sahrawi people in accordance with the international human law. The Sahrawi has have signed ratified a number of African charters yesterday, and in the presentation that submitted yesterday, that the Sahrawi Republic is a leading state in signing the human rights agreements. That is, 5 human rights conventions have been signed by the Sahrawi. The Sahrawi Republic also affirms or continue to develop its national conventions in accordance with its international commitments, and it also expresses its readiness to continue considering a number of issues recommended by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, including the continued harmonization of national legislation, strengthening the data collection and statistics of mechanisms, and considering certain additional legal human rights matters. The Sahrawi Republic also believes that the African system on human and people's rights is called upon today more than every day to preserve its credibility and legal independence, particularly in the matters relating to the occupation and decolonization and the rights of the people. The African Charter was not established solely to protect individual rights, but also to defend the freedom of people, their dignity, their sovereignty of their resources, and their right to self-determination free from occupation, domination, and colonialism. For this reason, the Sahrawi Republic considered that the full implementation of the provision of the African Charter in Western Sahara remains a collective responsibility incumbent upon the various institutions and mechanisms of the African Union. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sahrawi people, despite decades of war, exile, and occupation, remain committed to the rule of law, international legitimacy, and African solidarity, and believe that justice may delay, but it cannot be denied. The Sahrawi Republic also believes that the future of Africa, to which we all aspire, must be based on respect of law, rejection of occupation, protection of people, and upholding the human rights without any discrimination or double standards. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, honorable delegates, in conclusion, on behalf of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, I would like to reaffirm our state and unwavering commitment to continue to promote and protect the human rights despite all the challenges and difficulties imposed by the situation of occupation, conflict, and exile that has persisted for decades. Through this report and this dialogue, we have sought to present to your esteemed Commission realistic and balanced pictures of the efforts being made by the Sahrawi state in the field of institution building, the promoting rights of human rights, the legal and judicial reforms currently underway, policies relating to women, education, health, and social protection. Conversely, the structural challenges associated with the ongoing Moroccan military occupation of parts of our national territory. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sahrawi Democratic does not claim to be perfect, nor does it claim that there are no challenges or difficulties, but it affirms the existence of a firm political will to continue in a path of reform and institutional development and to strengthen cooperation with African and international human rights mechanisms. In this context, the Sahrawi, my country, is committed to continue to bring its national legislation into line with relevant African and international instruments, strengthening the independence of national institutions, developing mechanisms for collecting data and statistics relating to human rights, continuing to support the rights of women and vulnerable groups, and improving the effectiveness of judicial and administrative institutions. The Sahrawi Republic also reaffirms its full readiness to engage constructively with the recommendations and observations to be issued by your esteemed Commission based on its belief in the importance of constructive dialogue and cooperation founded on mutual respect and shared commitment to the values of the African Charter. Honorable Chair, at the same time, the Sahrawi Republic renews its call on the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to continue to fulfill its legal and moral responsibility regarding the human rights situation in Western Sahara, including by completing the visit to the territories under Moroccan occupation, given that the protection of human rights in Africa cannot be comprehensive and credible unless it also extended to people living under occupation and colonization that's not ended yet. In this context, Honorable Chair, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Commission, the Sahrawi Republic wishes to address a matter of utmost institutional and legal importance relating to the nature of your esteemed Commission mandate and its remit with regards to the human rights situation in Western Sahara. Sahrawi Republic expresses its appreciation for the efforts made by the African Union to support the United Nations political process aimed at reaching a just and lasting solution to the Western Sahara issue, including the mechanism adopted by the African Union Assembly during the Nouakchott Summit in 2018, which was primarily intended to support the efforts of the United Nations and contribute to advancing political solution to the conflict. However, the Sahrawi Republic affirms clearly and unequivocally that this decision cannot legally or institutionally be interpreted as a suspension or restriction or revocation of the competence of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, nor can it in any way constitute a basis for preventing the Commission from exercising its full legal mandate regarding the human rights situation in Western Sahara. This is because a sound and accurate legal reading of the operative part of the resolution itself clearly shows that what was confined within the framework of the relevant African mechanisms is political respect linked to monitoring settlement efforts and negotiation and supporting United Nations, and not the human rights protection system within the African Union. The resolution specifically referred to support the efforts of the United Nations, monitoring the political process, encouraging the parties to show flexibility, and contributing to the facilitation of political solution. As for the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, it's an independent legal body established directly under the African Charter, deriving its competence and mandate from the previous provisions of the Charter itself, and not from the ad hoc political resolution issued by other bodies. Consequently, any interpretation that holds that a political decision can override an original legal mandate established under the Charter is an interpretation that's not consistent with the spirit of the Charter or the legal system of the political union, nor with the principles of independence of a human rights mechanisms, nor even with the text of resolution itself. Ladies and gentlemen, adopting the erroneous interpretation that some are attempting to promote will in practice lead to the dangerous and illogical consequences that would mean, for example, that the Commission would not be able to discuss arbitrary arrests or enforced disappearance or torture or the expulsion of international observers or violations against the human Sahrawi civilians and the human rights defenders, simply because these violations occur within territory that remains subject to United Nations political process. This is neither legally nor morally justifiable and contradicts the very essence of the African protection system itself. Indeed, subsequent institutional practices with the African Union itself has clearly confirmed that the Western Sahara issue has not been withdrawn from the Union various body, nor has it been confined exclusively to the aforementioned political mechanisms. Following the Nouakchott summit, the African Union Peace and Security Council had its own summit and issued recommendations on the situation of Western Sahara. Furthermore, the 14th Extraordinary Summit of the African Union on silencing the guns held on 6 December 2020 in Johannesburg was enshrined in resolution number X Assembly AUD Declaration 1, and the paragraph concerning Western Sahara focused on several matters, including involvement of the Peace and Security Council. A request was made to the African Peace and Security Council at the level of heads of state and government to engage with both parties, Morocco and Sahrawi Republic, as members of the African Union to address this situation, preparing for self-determination, working to create necessary conditions for the self-determination of people of Western Sahara in line with the African Union and United Nations and the principles of Constitutive Act of African Union. Urging the United Nations Secretary General to expedite the appointment of a new personal envoy for Western Sahara, which subsequently took place with the appointment of Stephen de Mistura. This confirms that the African Union bodies, including the political ones, continue to treat the issue as a matter within the Union institutions and various mechanisms. This clearly demonstrates that the Nouakchott resolution was never intended to silence, undermine, or freeze the role of other African Union institutions, particularly its human rights mechanisms. Honorable Chair, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has an independent and inherent legal mandate to protect, promote the human and people's rights within the African continent, and this mandate cannot be restricted or undermined by broad political interpretations that go beyond even the wording of resolutions themselves. The protection of human rights by its very nature cannot be subject to the logic of political weighting, particularly in situations involving occupation, conflict, or territories lacking self-determination. Human rights do not cease to apply simply because the political process has not been completed and the suffering of people cannot be put hold until a final settlement is reached. Honorable members of the Commission, the Sahrawi Republic reaffirms its full confidence in the independence of your esteemed Commission and its adherence to the spirit of African Charter and its legal and moral mandate to protect the human rights and the rights of people without selectivity, exception, or subjection to any interpretation that would limit the effectiveness of the African protection system. The issue here concerns not only Western Sahara, but also the credibility, independence, and continuity of the African human rights system itself, and its ability to protect all African people, including those under occupation or deprived of self-determination. In conclusion, the Sahrawi people, despite 50 years of displacement, war, and occupation, remains steadfast in their commitment to just peace, to international law, African identity, and to our inalienable right to freedom and self-determination. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sahrawi experience through long decades of suffering and resilience has proven that peoples may be deprived of their land, may be forced into exile, and may face war and occupation, but they never lose their right to dignity, freedom, and justice. From this African human rights platform, We reaffirm our belief that the African continent, which had made the fight against colonialism, discrimination, and occupation part of its political, legal, and moral identity, will remain faithful to the principles upon which its charter is founded and to the right of all its peoples of freedom, dignity, and sovereignty. Allow me to express once again the gratitude of the Sahrawi Republic to the Honorable Chair, to the Special Rapporteur, and all members of the Commission of Human and People's Rights for their spirit, dialogue, and cooperation that has characterized this session. We look forward with great interest to continue this constructive dialogue. I would like to add a few issues. The situation of our country is not perfect. We are not claiming that the political and economic and other situations are the perfect, because we are not satisfied with the situation right now. We are not satisfied because our hope and our ambition is to better our situation has only the sky as the limits. We are working every day to enhance the political and legal and economic situations of our people to make it a better situation. However, we are not satisfied because we are the oldest group of refugees in Africa. We are the oldest group under the umbrella of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. We are in Algeria, and this is the oldest conflict, armed conflict in Africa. We are not satisfied and we are not happy because this we have on our land. We have the defense berm that was built over Western Sahara, and it's one of the longest berms in the world. We are not happy and we are not satisfied because up till now the conflict in Western Sahara is considered as a conflict that touches only 10% or 15% of the population, but this conflict in fact touched 60%, more than 60% of the Sahrawi people. Every Sahrawi family has in its components a refugee, a displaced, people who suffered the detention and the torture. In other words, this is a very painful conflict, and it has been for a long time made people live in a very hard situation for a long time. Despite the fact that we are in one of the most harshest territories, we are so proud with the African efforts and with the efforts of our people to enroll all the Sahrawi children without discriminations, boys and girls, and national schools in our country. The Sahrawi Republic guaranteed compulsory education, free and compulsory education for all the students until the level of the university, and they are all enrolled despite the background, the ethnic background or social background. We are proud of our health system, and we would like, of course, in this context, to thank the brotherly countries that helped us to build this health economic. We have one of the most advanced vaccination system, because we do the vaccine for all the children against all known diseases. We are so happy that we have a society that's free of violence against women. We are proud that we have signed the Charter for Human Rights. We signed the Geneva Convention. We are the only liberation movement in the history of humanity that were allowed to be part of the Geneva Fourth Convention to protect the rights of the civilians under conflict. So those are gains, important gains, but what makes us feel unhappy, because the State Department of the United States is writing about the atrocities that are taking place. The European Parliament is writing on this, and and when we look at the Commission of African Commission of Human Peoples and Rights, we don't see anything about these violations. We know that any international bodies are writing about this. However, we have this. Before I come here, I met with Honorable Baldini. She's the chair of the Human Rights Committee in the Italian Parliament. I met with her. She is there in a visit to the camps to write about the situation of the Sahrawis and the camps. I wish that the Commission of the African Commission of Human Rights, People and Rights, will write about this. To conclude, just on the information basis. I would like to tell you about the negotiations that are taking place between us, our neighbors in Morocco, under the auspices of the United Nations and the United States of America. And I had the honor to be in charge of leading these negotiations. There had been 3 rounds, one in Washington twice and in Madrid once. Those negotiations are taking place in order to implement the resolution 2779 in order to enable the Sahrawi to exercise their self-determination. So those negotiations that are taking place that we support as a republic, and we wish to culminate with positive results. One of the aims of this negotiation is to cease the fire and to liberate the Sahrawi detainees and the Moroccan prisoners, and the return of the refugees of the Sahrawis to their land, and opening of the region to media, and writing a new chapter in our region. Those negotiations are still ongoing. We speak of our position as a republic. We do support these negotiations. We are dealing with them with good intentions, and we wish heartfully that these negotiations will end in a very positive note that guarantees the hopeful future for the Sahrawis, and that can open this region for more peace and fraternity. I would like you to share with me this optimism. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Head of Delegations, as well as other members of the delegation. The Commission has heard your presentations, so in accordance with the rules of procedure, we will now move on to the second segment, the interactive part, and during that segment, I will give the floor successively to commissioners to ask you questions with respect to the implementations of the African Charter and its additional protocol, including the Kampala and Maputo protocols. We shall start this interactive part with Honorable Commissioner Gerisa Toflisono, who at the same time is the rapporteur responsible for the monitoring of human rights situation.
Join you in thanking the delegation of the Sahrawi Republic for this very comprehensive presentation of their report. The Commission wishes to make the following observations and ask the following questions. Firstly, is the Joint Governmental Working Group for the preparation of the periodic reports an institutionalized or ad hoc body? And does it have the necessary human and financial resources to implement its mandate? The Commission also wishes to know whether the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic has made use of the various ACHPR guidelines on state reporting in preparing its report. How does the Sahrawi Democratic Republic intend to meet the reporting obligations on the implementation of a protocol to the African Charter on the rights of older persons in Africa, and the protocol to the African Charter on the rights of persons with disabilities in Africa, both both of which were ratified by the Sahrawi Democratic Republic in 2019, as per page 22 of your report. As regards ratifications, the Commission would like to congratulate the Sahrawi Democratic Republic during the period of review, that is from 2013 to 2025. You have ratified the following human rights instruments, namely the Kampala Convention, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the African Court on Human and People's Rights, the Protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the Protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Older Persons, the Protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Women in Africa, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. However, does the Sahrawi Democratic Republic intend to ratify the following human rights instruments? Firstly, the OAU Convention governing the specific aspects of refugee problems in Africa, which you signed in 2018, the African Cultural Charter, the African Youth Charter, the Protocol on the Statute of the African Court of Justice and Human Rights, the Protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Citizens to Social Protection and Social Security, the Protocol to the African Charter on the specific aspects of a right to a nationality and eradication of statelessness in Africa, the AU Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls. The report also indicates that the Sahrawi Democratic Republic is currently considering the possibility of making the declaration under Article 34(6) of the Protocol on the African Court and Human and People's Rights, accepting the jurisdiction of a court to receive cases submitted by NGOs with observer status to the Commission and individuals. The delegation is invited to provide an update on that issue. As regards the national human rights framework, the Commission takes note of the legal and institutional frameworks for the promotion and protection of human rights at the national level, which are at pages 24 to 28 of your report. Article 73 of the Constitution of the Sahrawi Republic stipulates that the National Council ratifies international conventions and treaties. We want to know whether the legal system adopted by the Sahrawi Democratic Republic is a monistic system or a dualistic system, whereby the instruments that are adopted require national law for them to be effective. Does the delegation agree that the adoption of national laws incorporating African human rights instruments ratified by the Sahrawi Democratic Republic into domestic law is an important step in facilitating the implementation of their provisions? In addition to the constitutional provisions cited at page 27 of your report, the delegation is invited to provide a list of laws and regulations relating to human rights, laws adopted during the period of review, that is from 2013 to 2025. The Commission also wishes to know whether there is a large-scale national policy or action plan on human rights currently in force in your country. Further, the Commission wants to know what are the efforts to popularize and disseminate the African Charter and other relevant regional and human rights instruments in your country. As regards the non-discrimination, discrimination, it is noted, is prohibited under Articles 25 and 26 of the Constitution. The Commission notes that guarantees of non-discrimination contained in several legislative instruments. However, the Commission wishes to know that in addition to the constitutional provisions mentioned above, does your country envisage adopting comprehensive legislation prohibiting discrimination in all areas, including a clear definition of discrimination and explicitly prohibiting direct, indirect, and intersectional discrimination in the private and public sphere. The delegation is invited to list any prosecutions or convictions in cases of discrimination in the state party during the period under review. What is the institutional regime for combating discrimination? That is a responsible body. The delegation is invited to provide concrete examples of the efforts made by your country to raise awareness on and combat discrimination. As regards the right to freedom of conscience, the report informs us that the Sahrawi Republic guarantees freedom of worship in compliance with the Constitution, laws and regulations, public order, morals, and the fundamental rights of others. That is at page 32 of your report. However, it does not contain any other substantive information on the measures taken by the Sahrawi Democratic Republic to promote the right to freedom of conscience as provided in Article 8 of the African Charter. Therefore, we wish to ask you, is religious freedom enshrined in the Constitution of the country? And what is the legal and institutional regime relating to the practice of worship in your country? Also, is there an institutional framework responsible for promoting inter-religious dialogue? As regards the right to participate in government, the Sahrawi Constitution guarantees through its Articles 8, 9, 33, 34, and 42 the participation of citizens in the management of a country's affairs. The delegation is invited to provide information on the last general elections that were in 2023, as well as the upcoming elections. Does the state party have an independent electoral monitoring institution? Are the elections of the Sahrawi Republic supervised by observer missions, including that of the African Union? The report provides information on the representation of women at local and central level. Women account for 42% of the parliament membership, that is 21 out of 51 persons, an increase of 9% from the 2023 elections compared to the previous elections, where they were represented only at 33%, as per pages 6 to 35 of your report. The Organic Law of 2023 provides for the application of a quota of at least 33% of candidates on the electoral list. Non-compliant lists are rejected, as per your report. Does the quota imposed by the above-mentioned law concern only electoral lists or the number of elected women as well? Secondly, in general, what concrete measures have been taken by the government to strengthen confidence in the electoral process, particularly with regard to the participation of the youth? Also, are there any national mechanisms to resolve electoral disputes? As regards national human rights institutions and other institutions, the Sahrawi National Human Rights Commission was created by a presidential decree in March 2014 in accordance with the Paris Principles. It has 33 members representing several institutions, civil society organizations, and national personalities recognized for their commitment to human rights, including 16 women. The Commission granted affiliation status to the Commission at the 58th Ordinary Session held in Banjul in April 2016. Does the Commission have the required human and financial resources to implement its mandate? And does the state envisage constitutionalizing the Commission and promulgating the founding text of its NHRI through a law or legislative text? The delegation is invited to provide details on the selection and appointment process of the Commission members and commissioners. What are the concrete guarantees for the full independence and effectiveness of the Commission's mandate in the fulfillment of its mandate? The delegation is also invited to elaborate on the role of the Commission in the follow-up to the regional and international human rights bodies' recommendations. In March 2014, the African Commission published its reports on the fact-finding mission conducted in the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic from 24th to 24th of September 2012. The right to self-determination. The report informs that the Sahrawi Republic fully supports the efforts of the international community to protect and defend the alienable right of all peoples, without exception, to self-determination and to full sovereignty over their national territory and national resources as enshrined in the relevant African and United Nations instruments. The ACHPR fact-finding mission in the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic from 24th to September 2012 recalled that, and I quote, "The question of Western Sahara remains a question of decolonization and consequently of self-determination of the Sahrawi people. And in accordance with the provisions of the African Charter, in particular Article 20, which reaffirms the position of the Sahrawi people regarding their right to self-determination." Also, in 2015, the Commission commended the Sahrawi Republic for its tireless efforts to find a just and lasting solution to the conflict in Western Sahara concerning the self-determination of the Sahrawi people. Resolution 282 2014 of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on the situation of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic urged, and I quote, "the parties to the conflict to continue negotiations in order to reach a just, political, lasting, and mutually acceptable solution leading to the people of Sahara." There are efforts to continue negotiations, and we are very happy about that, and we hope that it leads to a just solution. Thank you very much. These are my questions.
Merci beaucoup, commissaire. Je donne à présent la parole à l'honorable commissaire Salomon.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to join all the colleagues in warmly welcoming the delegation of the Sahrawi Arab Republic for affording us the opportunity of engaging in this interactive dialogue on the presentation of their report within the framework of Article 62 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and Article 26 of the Maputo Protocol and Article 14 of the Kampala Convention. I wish to engage you in respect of that I'm responsible for, which is the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights Violations in Africa. As I commence that, I would like to welcome the update provided by Your Excellency the Minister on the ongoing negotiations to find lasting and just solutions for this long-standing and protracted conflict in Western Sahara. I wish to do that because Article 23 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights states that all peoples have the right to peace and security. And within the framework of that right to peace and security, parties to conflict have a legal obligation to cooperate with processes for finding solution to the conflict. And we in the African Commission therefore welcome your cooperation with the international community in the quest for finding lasting and just solution for the conflict in order to finally and permanently settle issue. And that is in accordance with Article 23 of the Charter, and therefore we commend the parties for their constructive engagement, and we wish the parties and all those who are facilitating the process success. With respect to the mandate of the extractive industries, environment and human rights, I will be engaging you on Article 21 of the African Charter and Article 24 of the African Charter. One of the African Charter is on the right of all peoples to freely dispose of their natural wealth and resources. And here we do recognize indeed the fact that you brought your state report within the framework of Article 60 of the Charter is commendable on and of itself, and that we are having this interaction with you is a manifestation of the fact that all the rights contained in the African Charter apply to Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic and the people of Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. And there is nothing that actually blocks the application of these rights, given that the application of these rights is determined by what is contained in the African Charter as a treaty. We, however, recognize that the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic do not operate in unordinary circumstances and conditions. And it is within that context, therefore, one of the questions that I would ask in relation to Article 21 of the Charter is, given the conditions that you explained in terms of the lack of control over the territory, to which Article 21 of the Charter applies, that is the territory of Western Sahara, with respect to the right to free disposal of natural wealth and resources, and given the limitations, I would like you to provide us and enable us understand and appreciate how Article 21 of the Charter on the right to natural resources can be meaningfully be applied and implemented. There is analysis and data that you have provided in terms of recourse to legal processes that have been applied in various jurisdictions. In addition to that, from the perspective of the work of the African Commission, we would appreciate if you expound on how you pursue the implementation and application of this right of peoples to natural resources. I would also like to draw your attention to the state reporting guidelines and principles on Articles 21 and 24 of the Charter. I'm not really sure if you have had an opportunity to consult with the guidelines on the right to natural resources when you prepare the state report, and if you have actually made use of those guidelines in providing the data and information that you have contained with respect to Article 21 of the Charter. I wish to commend the delegation for the information provided with respect to Article 24 of the Charter. But before I go there, I would like you to add one thing as far as how the people of Western Sahara are benefiting from the natural resources in the territory at the moment. I think if you can provide us the state and the extent to which the people of Western Sahara are benefiting from natural resources in Western Sahara, I think that would be an additional input that we would appreciate and to have an understanding on. With respect to the right to environment, we welcome the information that is provided in your report, including the existence of, for example, a Secretariat of State for Water and Environment, other body, that is tasked with respect to issues relating to the environment and the various measures and policies that you have put in place, including waste disposal, urban environment management that you have put in place. One of the issues that I would like you to address us with respect to environment is, first, what measures of legal and institutional recourse are available to citizens in the event of environmental pollution or environmental damage or environmental degradation. So when pollution happens, when environmental damage happens, and harm is caused to citizens, is there a legal framework that provides for compensation for people who are affected as a result of that pollution, that provide for measures for rehabilitation of the damaged or polluted environment? I would appreciate you to enable us what additional measures are there. With respect to the mandate of the Secretariat of State for Water and Environment, what is the scope of the mandate of the Secretariat? Does it have a legal authority to monitor environmental compliance with environmental standards? Does it have the power of enforcement to take administrative action against those who do not comply with environmental standards? What is the scope of authority that it has? Does it also exercise any authority with respect to, for example, monitoring what kind of environmental erosion or degradation is happening, and the kind of environmental impact assessment that needs to be conducted for development projects? You made reference to development projects in your report. So does it have an authority to enforce the conduct of environmental impact assessment? Given that the territory that you are in North Africa, broadly speaking, is vulnerable to the impact of climate change and other environmental stresses, what steps are taken within the limited capacity and resources that you made reference to? Within that limited capacity and resource, what steps are taken for the conservation of a safe environment in Western Sahara, in addition to the policies that you have indicated in the report? Those are the questions that I have for you, and once again, I thank you for affording us the opportunity to engage in this interactive dialogue, and I do hope that the process, the positive development that you made reference to, would bear fruit, and there will be a permanent and just resolution. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Commissaire Derso.
Commissioner Derso. Now the floor is to Honorable Commissioner Maria Teresa.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, member states, representatives of human rights institutions and civil society. Special good morning to delegation of the Arab Sahrawi Democratic Republic that currently came to share the issues related to the implementation of human rights in their countries despite the huge challenges that they face that we all know. Head of delegation, we took note of the provisions of Article 26 of your constitution that provides for many principles, legality, and equality before the law. That is part of your report. In page 29 of your report regarding my mechanism, which is prisons and conditions of detention and policy actions in Africa. I would like to start by asking the state to take an effort to reduce the time of detention, the legal time of detention of 72 hours to 48 hours within the limitations that we are aware of. Another issue is that I noticed, and it was addressed by the country rapporteur, in this report we don't have any data about prisons or related matters. Therefore, I would like to request your delegation to share with us, written or orally, some information regarding prisons in different categories, prisons, detention centers, and the capacity in the country and the rate of occupancy. Because we do know that in Africa, sometimes we do not comply with the, we can't respond to the matters of criminality, and we all have excess prisoners in our facilities. And I would also like to have a disaggregated data of women, men, and minors that are in these facilities. From the understanding of the report, I verified in page 31 that it's possible to implement the death penalty when the family doesn't accept reconciliation or compensation in terms of homicide, as indicated in the report. So it's possible that we have people in the death row, so we would like you to share this information. Head of delegation, I would like to know more issues related to the condition of sanitation in prison facilities, meals, how many meals, what kind of meals you provide, and issues related to health, the health system provided for the prisoners, education, because they don't have liberty, but they are not, they do enjoy other rights, and I mean vocational training, so that they can come out better and integrate in the social life after. We would like to know about visitations, recreation, and religion. We do know that the official religion is Muslim, and I would like to know if a prisoner is not a Muslim, do they have assistance for their own religion in the facilities? And this question was also raised by the rapporteur. Regarding prisons, there is a segment that we separate, which is women. So we would like to mention pregnant women, women postpartum, and women with children, and how long these children can stay with their mothers in the prisons, and other specific questions related to women. in terms of legal matters, I would like to understand what are the procedures that is provided for by the law when the detention deadlines are exceeded. So where people could go and complain that someone was detained for more than 72 hours, and if there is a statistics that can be shared during the period under review. And as I said, my mechanism also includes issues related to police, and I would like to know if the authors of the violations, if they are processed. And I would like to know about the legal aid that is included in the report. And I would like to request respectfully to the delegation to share data about this exercise to ensure legal assistance to the prisoners. Regarding this aspect, I would like to understand which measures are taken in your country. Are there conditional bail, alternative sentences to imprisonment? If there exists, we want some data because we want to know which alternative sentences are, because the countries have faced some challenges because there are no conditions for this to be implemented. We would like to have information about the traditional justice system that was mentioned, that is inspired in the costumes and traditions, and what is the relationship between the positive system provided for in the Constitution? What kind of situation this traditional system judges, and which protection it provides? I will now move to issues related to minors. In page 70, you mentioned the minor as a victim of the judicial system, but also minor as the actor and in conflict with the law. So this reference is generic, and I would like to have more data, especially related to the minimum age of detention for minors, because we know that it's considered minor through the convention and also the African Charter from 0 to 18 years old. So in which age in your country this minor can be taken to the legal system? And I would like to know from the head of delegation if the forces responsible for the application of law do have training specific on human rights, and if they have, is the instruments of the guidelines of our commissions and the last study on the use of force adopted by the African Commission, if these instruments are included in those trainings. Thank you, and once again, welcome to our interaction, and I'll give the floor to the chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Monla. I'd like to give the floor now to Honorable Commissioner Lumbu Raminkoe. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, for the floor. Allow me to congratulate you first, as well as the Honorable Vice Chairperson, for the Bureau and for the manner in which you've been steering the ship since morning. Like you, the colleagues who came before me, to congratulate Excellency Mohammed, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mohammed Fadel Ali Rabat, Minister in charge of the relations with Parliament, as well as Mrs. Najed Hendi, who is the representative, permanent representative of SADC to Switzerland and the UN and international organizations. I would like to thank the delegation that I have just, whose members have just mentioned, and director who accompanies them in this exercise. One more comment to you all. Honorable Chairperson, I have two types of comments that I'll divide into two parts. The first part will be general comments on issues of clarifications, political coherence, judicial and diplomatic coherence, because most of the report is made up of that, and they have an impact on the understanding of other rights that are in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Then it's only there after that I can, well, in my capacity to speak quickly to, well, the first question, because I've read this report 2 times, is on page 9. I would like that the delegation of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic should tell me the difference between the population of Arab origin, Berber and Africa. We are all on the same continent and we are all Africans, and I was delighted when the Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs at the end of his speech actually put that right, and saying that these Sahrawi people are people of Africa. On the same page, on page 9, I know this relation since I studied in the university 1514. I would have loved that at this point that since it's on about a general introduction, it should be related with the other resolution which updates the issue of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, resolution 2787, and so the delegation came back to that later, so I also come back to that later to that comment. On page 15 on item 8, there are countries such as the United States, France, Spain and Israel that supports the Moroccan proposal for autonomy. And the question I'd like to put to the delegation of SADR, it surprised me because there are only 4 countries that are mentioned. Yesterday I was just going through the internet and I arrived at some statistics, and the difference is huge. These figures that I have, 501 countries, 32 in Africa, 2 in Northern Africa, including the United States, Canada, and Southern America, 17, 19 in Asia, 28 in Europe. And I would like to know if the delegation can provide to the Commission so that the Commission can have a holistic information, the list of countries, if whatever I read on the internet is true. Since we no longer actually use this kind of sources, we should seek the validity from the source. Now, on page 16 is an issue of substance, a major issue, because the second paragraph of part 2, that I'm not going to read it out because everybody has a report, it starts as follows. So from the argument, some policies adopted by the summit of the African Union could take precedence over the mandate of the Commission. I would like to share my personal understanding of this issue because I feel that this framework, this or rather, is not exactly in line with what I know. Why do I say this? Because the same charter gives mandate to the African Commission to execute, as I always say, or carry out the tasks that are entrusted to it by the deliberative organ, because Article 45 of the chart mentions that the Commission has this jurisdiction, and we cannot deny to execute any other tasks entrusted to them by the heads of state and government. The tasks that are entrusted by the heads of government are not specific tasks. Any decision taken by the heads of government and the government has this capacity to cover all the organs, because the system is that of a pyramid, and as a pyramid system, the other organs are called upon to refer to it. Fortunately, you recall this decision yourself, and it's the famous decision 693, which is often commented on a lot, and that is why I would like to get the reaction of the Minister of Foreign Affairs as regards Article 45 of the Charter. There is no hierarchy of jurisdiction, so this means that the promotion of human rights, the protection of human rights, the execution of tasks are equivalent tasks. So, which means that when the African Commission executes a decision, it is not carrying out it's not playing politics. It is implementing what the heads of state require all institutions to do. I'd like to react to something in this decision, because there's a use of a name which shows this exclusiveness. The heads of state having decided at that level, and I quote this paragraph that 693 decides that the issue of the Sahara Occidental can only be discussed only. My problem is only. The question that I'd like to put to you, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, what efforts have been undertaken to ensure that this decision be implemented? Because it's this decision that establishes what we call the African mechanism of the Troika, made up of the outgoing, the incoming, and the future president, including the chairperson of the African Union, ever since it was taken in Nouakchott. So what efforts have you made, you've undertaken? Because that's the part that was mentioned to us by the Troika, if I'm not mistaken. So what I was saying at the beginning is this tension that exists between Resolution 1514 and Resolution 2787, because the two resolutions are at two different stages. The first, you are quite right about that, indicates that we need a self-determination of the SADR, and the second provides some nuance, because the second, it was in April 2025, it talks about autonomy, which means that the Security Council, don't you think, has already evolved with this issue. All of this is important, because it means that we have to understand this issue on self-determination. I've tried to I looked at 2787, and I saw that in the preamble, it says that the Security Council, that states voted, taking note of this support expressed by many member states for autonomy proposed by what you call the occupying forces, that's Morocco, on 11 February 2025. And in these provisions, this provision states that it requires parties to take part in the discussions without any precondition and based on the plan of autonomy and so forth. I'm saying this because in your conclusion, you want that the dialogue should go further, that it should be a dialogue that is of a benefit to the people who are suffering, and this will be something that Africa would laud or would appreciate a lot. So on page 19, there is some contradiction on page 19. On the one hand, when you say refusal of the current process, in that part, there are two things that are contradictory. On the one hand, you said this this position translates the rejection of the Moroccan project of autonomy. And you said at the same time, the Polisario Front is cooperating with United Nations efforts. And this creates a tension between two things. On the one hand, you reject a plan for autonomy. On the other hand, we say the efforts of the Polisario Front supports the efforts of the United Nations. Yet, you reject, but you mentioned the United Nations that have tabled what was rejected. So that paragraph is somewhat contradictory. You're a great diplomat. Maybe you're going to explain the elements of language elements that you use. I'm also going to talk about another issue, the delay in conflict settlement. I'm on page 22, and there again you say, you talk about paragraph 42. It reiterates its call for an urgent solution under the auspices of the United Nations. It's at this junction, if you compare this to page 19, it's at this point that I would like to ask the question: is it a willingness to see the General Assembly 693, which was 2008, willing to see that it is applied, and the decision 2787 of 2015 applied? Because you say you reiterate what they call of an urgent solution under the aegis of the United Nations. So is this your will to see these two decisions, that of the United Nations and that of the 2025, apply at this level? I had two other concerns, and it's under the National Sahrawi Commission on Human Rights, because I interact with issues with this commission. Anytime that I'm seeking answers to issues, my question is to know if it is recorded in Minat and in Danri, the General Assembly of National Human Rights Institutions. And this takes me to page 34. I also saw a contradiction at this level. You talked about the freedom of association and assembly. With regard to Article 31 of the Constitution of SADR, and with regard to Article 13, don't you think there's a contradiction? Why do I say this? Because Article 31 says the Sahrawi Constitution guarantees the rights to establish parties and political associations, but this right has been suspended, remember, because thereafter you have the verb after the achievement of independence, but while waiting, all the people be organized under Polisario Front. I want to know if this is the only movement that exists, and if there's another, and if this does not violate the freedom of association and assembly. The time that was allotted to you has expired 3 minutes ago. So we'd like to draw attention to that. Well, I can't continue. Can I have 2 more minutes? A very precise question, if you want to continue, please. So yeah, I wanted to say this because it's about freedom of assembly and association. So there's a lack of political pluralism. And if this is provision at Article 31, is it in the ultimately democratic, and can other Sahrawi citizens establish political parties, and would this not be at variance with the Constitution? Honorable Chairperson, out of respect for your stewardship, I would forward my other questions that I have to the delegation. So I just wanted to know if you have a law that protects human rights defenders in the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. And there are a few questions on that I'm going to forward to the ambassador. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Lumbu. At this juncture, I'm going to give the floor to Honorable Commissioner Mufo Mondenga, who is online. IT, can you confirm that Commissioner Mwanenga is online?
Very important dialogue. I too have questions to pose to the esteemed delegation from Sahrawi Republic. But before I ask those particular questions, I must take cognizance of the difficult situations that exist in this particular republic. You have highlighted them, and I also take cognizance of the fact that you also mentioned in the reports under discussion issues to do with economic, social, and cultural rights, which falls under my mandate. So the questions that I'm going to ask are basically questions that border on economic, social, and cultural rights. For starters, the first question that I want to ask is the National Human Rights Institution involved in issues relating to the promotion and protection of economic, social, and cultural rights in the Sahrawi Republic? The other question is, the delegation is invited to provide an update on the ratification of the protocol to the African Charter on the right of citizens to social protection and the social security. Now, concerning Article 14, which is the right to property, rights to housing, the Sahrawi Constitution guarantees citizens the right to property through the provisions of Article 35 of the Constitution. Private property is recognized and governed by legislation that the government is working on to prepare. That is according to page 35 of the report. I have three questions under this item. The first one is, the delegation is invited to provide details on the adoption of the said law. The second one is, what is the legal regime of expropriation for public use in the Sahrawi Republic? Then lastly, under this article, the delegation is invited to provide information on efforts made in collaboration with humanitarian agencies to implement the right to housing. With respect to Article 15, right to work, Article 38 of the Sahrawi Constitution stipulates work is a right, a duty, and an honor for every citizen. That is according to page 36 of the report. The Commission takes note of the government of Sahrawi's efforts to create jobs, in particular through training centers, the establishment of production units, public employment, and the encouragement of entrepreneurship. I have 4 questions under this article. The first one is, could the delegation provide statistics on employment and unemployment rates in the Republic? The second one is, the delegation is requested to provide information on the level of participation of women in the labor market and the unemployment rate of women. The third question is, what efforts are being made by the government to address the following problems: gender-based discrimination, sexual harassment in the workplace, failure by employers to comply with the Working Hours Act, safety and health standards, and the Minimum Wage Act. The last one under Article 15 is what are the enrollment rates? Okay, then let me shift to Article 16, which is the right to health. Though it is through its Article 37, the Sahrawi Constitution enshrines the free treatment of health care. Medical care and treatment are a right for every citizen. The state ensures prevention and control of diseases and epidemics. That's at page 38 of the report. The question that I have is this, that the delegation is invited to provide more details on the strategy, duration and means, as well as a midterm evaluation of its implementation of the National Plan Public Health Strategy. Then the Abuja Declaration recommends that 15% of the general state budget be allocated to the health sector. What is the proportion of the budget allocated to health in relation to the general annual budget of the Sahrawi Republic? How does the government plan to address access to health in rural and remote areas? 12, the delegation is invited to elaborate on the access to mental health services in the state party. Article 17 deals with the right to education. I have a question, some questions on this. What are the enrollment rates by sex and by level? Primary, middle, secondary, illiteracy and dropout rates in the Republic of Sahrawi. Primary education is free, compulsory and universal in the Republic of Sahrawi. Enrollment of children in school is compulsory and parents or guardians are generally sanctioned in case of premeditated non-enrollment. The question that I have is as follows. Are there hidden or indirect costs of education? The other question is, the delegation is invited to provide illustrative examples of sanctions imposed on parents or guardians for premeditated non-registration. Then what initiatives are being taken to improve the quality of education in general? Then lastly, but not the least, I will deal with Article 22, which is the right to economic, social, and cultural development. The report refers to a new development plan with a concrete commitment from all sectors on structuring projects and social services related areas. Its main aim is to reduce dependency on humanitarian aid. Now I've got 3 questions under this item. The delegation is invited to of the plan. 2, does the government obey the obligation to consult with the most vulnerable segments of society when adopting measures that would directly affect social economic well-being of citizens? Are there any examples or illustrations? And lastly, but not the least, the working group, that basically is the end of the report. Again, I want to thank the esteemed delegation of the Sahrawi Republic for making it to this important dialogue. Chair, I cede the floor to you for you to continue with directing the proceedings of this dialogue. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:20. We have asked the first series of questions. Now I'd like you to also break for at least 30 minutes and we'll return and continue. Let us reconvene at 11:50. Let's break for
I now have the distinct honor and pleasure of inviting the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Idrissa Sow, to deliver his statement. You have the floor, Chair.
En effet, la commission que j'ai l'honneur de présider demeure profondément préoccupée par la détérioration continue de la situation sécuritaire dans certaines régions du continent où les conflits armés, le terrorisme, les crises communautaires exposent les populations à des violations graves et massives de leurs droits et aux déplacements forcés. Il est tout simplement impossible d'ignorer la persistance de ces foyers de conflit qui compromettent gravement la jouissance des droits humains, en particulier les droits économiques et sociaux.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue au Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bi yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
The heartbeat of a continent. One rhythm, one pulse, one Africa. We are not just the cradle of humanity, we are the guardians of its dignity. The African Charter is not a scroll of ink. It is the breath of our founding fathers and the shield of Africa's human rights. From the Cape to Cairo, let every border bend to justice. Let every nation sign the promise that no voice is silenced, no right is rationed, and no person is left behind. Ratify the dream. Protect the people. Africa, rise for your rights.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
As Africa embraces technological innovation, we must therefore ensure that emerging technologies remain guided by ethics, inclusion, and the protection of fundamental freedoms.
Together we must build a stronger, more responsive, and truly inclusive African human rights system that protects children's rights today for a prosperous Africa tomorrow.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous prie de rejoindre vos sièges. La Commission va reprendre ses délibérations. Nous allons poursuivre l'examen du point 9 consacré au rapport de la République arabe sahraouite démocratique. Nous étions en train de poser les questions et nous allons poursuivre sur cette lancée. Et je vais donner tout de suite la parole à l'honorable commissaire Marie-Louise Abomo pour les questions de son mécanisme.
Merci de me passer la parole, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais joindre ma voix à la vôtre et à celle des commissaires qui m'ont précédé pour souhaiter la bienvenue à la très distinguée délégation de la République arabe sahraoui démocratique pour la présentation de leur rapport. J'en profite aussi pour présenter mes respects à tous les participants. Nous allons nous entretenir sur la question des droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées. Nous savons que votre pays a ratifié les 2 protocoles en 2019 et la Commission a d'ailleurs salué le dépôt le 3 novembre 2023 des instruments de ratification auprès du conseiller juridique de la Commission de l'Union africaine. Et nous savons aussi que, en conformité avec l'article 18 de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, votre article 38 de votre Constitution protège les personnes âgées et les personnes handicapées. Alors la question première qui vient à l'esprit, c'est comment est-ce que votre gouvernement entend faire rapport de la mise en œuvre de ces 2 protocoles-là. Et il nous souvient aussi qu'en 2015, la Commission vous avait recommandé de prendre les mesures nécessaires pour renforcer la protection de ces 2 groupes.
The protection of these 2 vulnerable groups. Now, specifically, with respect to people living with disabilities, the Commission notes the change in terms of terminology. You went from people living on the handicap situation and people with specific needs. Can we have disaggregated statistics on people living with disability in your country? And is there an action plan or a program for people affected by albinism? You know that the protocol on the rights of people with disabilities also protect people suffering from albinism. The Commission would also like to know what the mechanism and the specific means put at the disposal to allow for the participation of people living with disabilities in terms of the preparation of all initiatives that aim at protecting their rights. You do know that people living with disability, nothing for them without them. What are the measures that your country is taking? And besides, what are the concrete measures that you have taken to go away with this charity model, which considers people with disability as beneficiaries, as social assistants, and then move to an mechanism based on their line?
Victims of landmines, what information can you provide on the care of those victims, particularly in terms of the project that you launched in collaboration with ICRC? For the aged, we would like statistics, the number of aged persons in your country, as well as, in addition to constitutional protection, do you have a legal or institutional framework for providing care for the older persons? And if you do you have a median age or an age that, because generally it's people 60 years old, do you have that same age, or is it something different? And also, what mechanisms and specific measures put in place to ensure that older persons can participate in all activities which would promote their rights? Another question, can you provide information on the extent to which existing social policies specifically target the older persons? Do you have specific figures on this? Your Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, these are the issues that the working group would like you to address as far as questions. You may remember that yesterday when I presented my report, I did mention the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic as one of the countries that had ratified the protocol, and one of the countries from which we were expecting a report on this particular aspect. Thank you very much. Chair, I'll stop there. Thank you very much, Commissioner Bomo. Let me now give the floor to Honorable Commissioner Janet Ramtulai Salanjai. You have 10 minutes to look at the Charter and the Maputo Protocol.
The country rapporteur and the various commissioners that spoke, to extend warm welcome to the delegation of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, to the Republic of the Gambia, and to the African Commission. And also to congratulate them for the submission of the initial report under the Maputo Protocol. Chair, distinguished delegate, the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic ratified the protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Men in Africa in March 2022. Although reservations were entered on several articles, including Articles 2, Paragraph C, Article 6, Paragraph A, B, and C, and E, Article 7, Paragraph B and D, Article 8, Paragraph D and E, 14, and some other paragraphs of Article 19. But that notwithstanding, we want to welcome the submission of the initial report on the implementation of the Maputo Protocol, pursuant to Article 26 of the protocol. The report has extensive information on legal, legislative, and policy measures taken for implementation of the Maputo Protocol, which is quite commendable. We were informed that the report was prepared according to a very participatory and holistic approach, in line with the guidelines adopted by the African Commission for State Reporting under the Maputo Protocol. We have that in page 4. We'd like to know, however, and provide details on the effort to disseminate and popularize the Maputo Protocol since its ratification in the member state. We'd like to know whether also you're aware of the Maputo Protocol scorecard and index published in 2022 by the African Union Director of Women, Gender and Youth Directorate. This is a scorecard. It's not a reporting template, but it's a scorecard to use to measure progress being made, so that by the time you prepare your report, the report has full detail. With regard to the reservations that have been entered under certain articles of the Maputo Protocol, we take note that maybe at the time this report, Maputo was being ratified, the context wasn't ripe for ratification without any reservation. But as you know, these are supposed to be temporary measures, subject to periodic review from time to time, with the aim of gradually reducing them and to ensure full compliance with the protocol. I would like to know what steps are being taken and measures conducted in this regard to ensure awareness raising and ultimately lifting some of those reservations. The report also indicates at page 3 that the interpretation and implementation of the Maputo Protocol's provisions are conducted within an approach that ensure a balance between respecting the cultural and social specificities of Sahrawi society and committing to African and international standards. We'd like you to elaborate on the above mentioned quote from the report. Also, we are aware that the Maputo Protocol provisions are not directly applicable to the law, to Malawi. You have to incorporate in the laws of the land. So we want to know what steps are being taken to incorporate the relevant provisions of the Maputo Protocol in the legal and legislative framework. And what are what update can you give us with regard to domestication? Because that is very important. With regard to Article 2, equality before the law, non-discrimination, we take note in page 7 that Sahrawi has adopted a horizontal approach to mainstreaming a gender perspective across various government policies and programs, considering this as an essential mechanism to ensure the effective realization of women's rights rather than by merely recognizing them at legal levels. We'd like to know, and we'd like you to elaborate on the commendable initiatives of establishing a Malawi School of Gender, which plays a pivotal role in training female lawyer leaders and producing gender knowledge in gender studies. This is quite commendable. We just want you to give us more information about it. We have it in page 7. Are you considering, as a result of this very progressive initiative, are you considering adopting a specific law on gender equality, enshrining the principle of equality between women and men, and prohibiting all forms of discrimination against women? What efforts are being made to combat discrimination against women, to cover direct and indirect discrimination in the public and private sphere? We take note, of course, of the strides made in terms of decision-making and political participation, having a percentage that is unrivaled within the continent, very high, so that is commendable. We just want to know whether you have a specific law for domestication. And what efforts are being made, because you did mention that implementation of the Maputo Protocol has to take into consideration the cultural context. What efforts are being made to review social norms and combat customary practice based on inferiority or superiority of either sex or stereotype roles for women and men? What concrete steps are being taken beyond making sure that women have very high percentage, I must repeat? What efforts are being made? Because if we talk about socio-cultural context, we have to talk about the rural areas. What efforts are being made to raise the awareness of women and men in the rural areas in the Republic? Article 8, access to justice and equal protection before the law. The question I have here is, what measure has the state taken to encourage women to report cases of violence to the courts and to protect them from possible reprisals? It's one thing to have the law that prohibits violence against women, but it's another thing for the law to be implemented. So what steps are being taken to ensure that the law is actually being implemented without any fear of reprisal? Because that's the most important thing within the socio-cultural context in which we all find ourselves. Are there any other specific measures, programs, or policies to improve women's access to justice in other areas, in addition to women victims of violence? We've been informed in the report that we have extensive training for law enforcement officers, magistrates, and other stakeholders in the judicial system. How effective has this been in terms of what is the impact of this training? Okay. Article 9, participation in political and decision-making process. And it is an area where I've already commented in terms of the 42% in parliament, 25% in leadership position, 15% within the government cabinet, and 45% among district chiefs, and 100% among mayors, which is quite commendable, and 45% in the Pan-African Parliament, and 21% in the diplomatic corps. I just want to commend the member state for these development strides in terms of women's political participation. While commendations are due, are there any laws prescribing specific quota or professional appointment of women in these positions, or is it just a policy measures? Do you have a specific law on affirmative action? What is the representation of women in the private sector? Because you've given us information on the public sector. We'd like to know in the private sector, in particular managerial and decision-making level. Do you have any policies in place to ensure that the private sector also is fully compliant with the integration services are being provided? Integration services are being provided. Do you have shelters that address the needs of women with disabilities? Because women actually are not homogeneous. Women with disabilities and older women. Article 5, elimination of harmful practices. In page 10 of the report, we've seen affirmation and commitment to combating all such forms in line with Article 5 of the protocol, that is harmful traditional practices, and to counter stereotypes related to women's role within society by integrating a gender perspective into educational and media policies. My question is, can the delegation inform the Commission of the prevalence of any negative traditional cultural practice in the country and the efforts being made by the government to combat them? What are the most prevalent ones? What safeguards exist to ensure full respect for women's rights under customary law in the Sahrawi Republic? I'd like to also find out from the delegation whether you are aware of the joint general observation of the African Commission and the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child on female genital mutilation. And if so, what efforts are being made to popularize and implement the recommendations that are contained in the joint general comment? Relating to marriage, Articles 6 and 7, the report in pages 11 and 12 has information that actually indicates that the state seeks to harmonize its legislation with African standards to ensure the protection of girls from early marriage and to protect their right to education and holistic development. My question is, what is the legal minimum age of marriage in the state party? I would like you to provide information on prosecution, conviction for cases of child marriage during the period under review. What have you done to implement the law? And I will also, again, in the same vein, just like for female genital mutilation, would like to find out whether you are aware of the joint general comment of the African Commission and the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child on ending child marriage. Because these are areas where we collaborate with the African Committee of Experts on the Rights of the Child with regard to FGM, child marriage. And what steps are being taken to ensure its implementation. Also, within the context of traditional practices, the Commission has adopted General Comment number 6 on the right to property in case of legal separation or divorce. Are you aware of this? And what steps are being taken to implement the recommendations in the General Comment? I now move on to economic, social, and cultural rights, Article 12, right to education and training. In page 8 of the report, we are told that the Sahrawi state guarantees the right to free and compulsory education without discrimination. And this has contributed to marked progress in female enrollment indicators and a reduction in illiteracy rates. We'd like to know the specific percentage of girls in the different education levels, including secondary and higher education, different percentages. What efforts are being made to strengthen the right to education for girls in secondary and higher education, particularly in specific contexts and areas? Are there any initiatives or public policies aimed at encouraging women and girls to choose non-traditional fields of education and careers, particularly in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, as STEM. There are inclusive adult literacy programs targeted at women, including women with disabilities, older women, rural women, and girls. And I'm sure Commissioner Manuela will want us to know about women in detention also. What are you doing with them? As she raised her hand. Article 14, right to health. The report informs that despite challenges related to limited resources, the state strives to provide prevention and treatment services free of charge to ensure that women, particularly those in vulnerable situations, are not excluded. This is found in page 14. Question is, I would like to ask here, is termination of pregnancy or medical abortion permitted in cases of sexual assault, rape, and incest in Sahrawi? We're not talking about blanket abortion, but these are in vulnerable situations. Is the delegation aware of the general comment on Article 14 of the Madrid Protocol, which provides for access to reproductive health, including rights, including medical abortion in the cases permitted under the Madrid Protocol? And what concrete steps are being taken to combat maternal mortality in Sahrawi? And do you have specific awareness campaigns to address sexual and reproductive health rights for women? I now move to Articles 10 and 11, right to peace and protection of women in armed conflict. In page 16 of the report, we are informed that Sahrawi women have not merely been victims of conflict, but central actors in its architecture, management, and reshaping of its horizon. Article 10.2 of the protocol states that every state shall take the necessary measures to reduce military expenditure significantly in favor of spending on social development in general and the provision of women in particular. What steps are being taken to implement this provision in the context of Sahrawi? And what steps are being taken to ensure meaningful participation of women, including grassroots women organizations, in conflict prevention, peace negotiation processes, and post-conflict reconstruction? Now I move to rights of especially protected women's group. It is Articles 20 to 24. The protection of women, the protection of widows is a social priority, gaining particular significance in the Sahrawi context due to the impact of protracted armed conflict and the loss of many family breadwinners. This is provided for in page 19. Are there any restrictions on women's inheritance rights in Sahrawi Republic, particularly that those that may be based on customary law? We're not talking about religion now, we're talking about customary law. What specific enforcement measures, legal aid services, and awareness campaigns has the member state implemented to ensure equal access to land and inheritance rights? Can the delegation provide information on the situation of female prisoners and the protection afforded to them, in particular pregnant women and nursing mothers? This has been raised by my colleague, Honorable Commissioner Manuela, and I want to reiterate that under the protocol. What specific measures has the Sahrawi government taken to address the intersectional discrimination faced by women and girls with disabilities, particularly regarding access to sexual and reproductive health services, protection from gender-based violence, employment opportunities, and participation in public decision-making? Please provide data, because we would like to have the data in terms of vulnerable women with disabilities. Can the delegation provide further information on the special protection of older women? I think this has also been raised of concern to my colleague, Honorable Commissioner Marie-Louise, from the Older Persons Mechanism and Persons with Disability Mechanism. The delegation provide further information on the special protection of older women, including social protection against unpaid domestic work and abuse of older persons. Are there any challenges or gaps in the implementation of the rights of protected groups of women, and what efforts are being made to overcome? This, in brief, are the questions I have under the Maputo Protocol. The details will be shared with you so that you can give us comprehensive response and feedback. I'd like to end by once more welcoming you and also congratulating you for presenting your initial report under the Maputo Protocol. And thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the floor. Greetings to commissioners and delegates. I would like to also take this opportunity to welcome His Excellency the Foreign Minister and his high-powered delegation, and to congratulate them for a very well-presented and coordinated report. I will be asking a few questions under 2 mandates. I have questions on the mandate of HIV and AIDS, protection of people living with HIV and AIDS, those at risk, vulnerable, and affected by HIV in Africa. And I'll also be asking questions on indigenous populations and minorities in Africa. So allow me to start with the questions on HIV. Your Excellency, your very comprehensive report does not contain any information on HIV and AIDS. And so we wish to not only pose questions, but also make some proposals to help you capture this very important health aspect. I would like first to start by asking if the delegation is aware or knows the prevalence of HIV and AIDS in general in Sahrawi Democratic Republic, and in particular in the camps, and also in prisons, as earlier mentioned. And if you have any targeted HIV/AIDS intervention measures in these areas that the government is currently implementing. Secondly, I would like to know if people in the Sahrawi Democratic Republic have access to antiretroviral therapy or drugs for those who have HIV and AIDS, including the availability, affordability, and geographical accessibility of HIV, particularly for the vulnerable and marginalized populations, including women, children, refugees, and people in detention, and those living in remote areas. I would like to find out also if the country has in place any national plans of action or strategy or policy or law to combat HIV and AIDS currently in force, which may also address issues of discrimination, stigmatization, forced sterilization of people living with HIV and AIDS, and intentional transmission of HIV and AIDS. I would like to find out if the delegation is aware of the global UNAIDS targets 95-95-95, which aims to ensure that by 2025, 95% of people with HIV/AIDS know their status, 95% of those diagnosed receive treatment, and 95% of those on treatment are virally suppressed. If you are aware of these global targets, we would like you to respond in supplementary questions that we're asking by providing us the rate at which the Republic is in terms of the 95-95-95 targets. The delegation is also invited to provide any information on access to HIV/AIDS prevention services and medication, including post-exposure prophylaxis and pre-exposure prophylaxis, and indicate whether these services are available, affordable, and accessible to persons at risk, vulnerable, and affected by HIV and AIDS. Your Excellencies, I would now go to the questions related to indigenous communities. Your report also, Your Excellency, does not contain any substantial information on possible existence or conditions of people, indigenous people, or minorities in the Republic of Sahrawi. to help you understand the concept of indigenous people so that you are able to respond to these questions, allow me to read the definition of indigenous people, and we share this with you. Indigenous groups are those people whose survival of their particular lifestyles depends on the recognition of their rights and access to their traditional lands and natural resources. They suffer discrimination in that they are considered less developed and less advanced than more dominant groups in society. They often live in inaccessible areas, often geographically isolated, and suffer from various forms of political and social marginalization. They are often subjected to domination and exploitation within political and economic structures that are generally designed to reflect the interests and activities of the national majority. So with this definition, the delegation is invited to clarify whether the Sahrawi Republic officially recognizes indigenous peoples as holders of distinct rights under national legislation, and if so, what criteria is used for each recognition, which indigenous people are recognized as such in the Sahrawi Republic. The second question is if there is any legal or administrative framework that specifically recognizes and protects the rights of indigenous people and communities, persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, including their right to own, use, control, and manage ancestral lands. The third question is how the state parties distinguishes between marginalized communities and indigenous peoples in its legislation and policy. On marginalization and discrimination, these are major challenges that face indigenous people and people belonging to national, ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities in their daily lives. So we would like to find out if the government has put in place any laws or measures to raise awareness and redress injustices or inequalities affecting indigenous communities and persons belonging to national, ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities. Are there any political quotas for indigenous people or persons belonging to national, ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities in access to public and other civic service posts in order to enhance their political participation where appropriate? What strategies are in place to improve access to basic services, particularly education, for indigenous people, as well as access to health facilities, among other public services? And lastly, please indicate how traditional land use systems, including nomadic or pastoral mobility, are recognized and protected in law and practice, and whether affected communities retain their right over natural resources in their ancestral territories. I thank you, Chair, and yield back the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. I'd like now give the floor to Honorable Selma Sasisa for the Charter and the Kampala Protocol. You have the floor, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for giving me the floor. I'd like to wish welcome to the Arab Democratic Republic and to congratulate the delegation on their presentation of the report. based on the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, as well as the first two reports of the Maputo Protocol and the Kampala Convention. I would like to thank you for all the efforts you have been making in order to find a solution, a lasting solution for the Sahrawi problem. And I would like to wish you success. And now I would like to, as regards my mandate, as refugees, migrants, and internally displaced persons, let me make some comments and put some questions. I'm going to start with the refugees. I would like to inform you that we have taken into account the specificity of the Sahrawi Republic and the challenges that it is facing. As regards refugees, your report states that the people living in the area controlled by Sadr are made up of refugees who have been in the west of Algeria since 1975, and is the oldest group of refugees, and according to the report, they're exposed to political change that affect humanitarian aid that sometimes is used to reduce support and force them to, like we have on page 21, it is difficult to imagine the existence of refugees hosted by a state in exile, most of whom are themselves refugees. We would like to ask you, as the delegation, if the Sahrawi government is informed by the decision 565/2023 on the integration of refugees concerning these asylum seekers, statelessness, and migrants in the social systems, as well as the services and economic opportunities in Africa. Can the delegation specify the measures, the concrete measures taken to strengthen social integration of refugees? In another context, the delegation is invited to provide information on the mandate and the role of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees in the Republic of Sahrawi. We also noticed that the Sahrawi Republic has signed the Convention on African Unity governing specific aspects of refugee issues in Africa, and that was done in December 2015. We also request the delegation to provide information on the lack of ratification of this convention, and if there are measures for its total implementation of the convention. In 2015, and after the presentation of the periodic report number 2 of the Sahrawi Arab Republic, the Commission recommended that the Sahrawi government, to continue its cooperation with the UNHCR in order to implement the updated action plan on the measures of confidence measures adopted. In January 2012, the delegation is invited to provide updated information on the implementation of these recommendations and on the progress achieved. Allow me now to ask you questions or talk about another category, that is migrants. The Commission would like to have information on the presence of migrants, and if need be according to their age and sex, and the management measures, condition of access to basic services. We also like to ask the delegation if there's a legal framework a legal and political framework governing the protection of migrants, especially as concerns the enjoying of their fundamental rights. The Commission also asked the delegation, we also like to ask the delegation to, if the National Human Rights Commission of the Sahrawi Republic and civil society organizations, if they participate in protecting and promoting migrant rights. On the other hand, the Commission and as far as discriminatory measures against migrants are concerned that we face in Africa, we ask the Sahrawi Republic about the concrete measures, the specific measures that they have taken to prevent and combat discrimination against migrants. Still, regard to the migrants, would like to know if the government of the Sahrawi Republic is informed about the African guidelines on human rights of all migrants, refugees, asylum seekers adopted by the African Commission in 2023, and which is a global framework for protecting migrants in the absence of a binding instruments on this aspect. Now on statelessness. The delegation is invited to provide details on the registration of birth registration in Sahrawi Republic, and is it free and accessible to all the people, especially in remote areas? On the other hand, does the existing legal framework enable women to transmit their nationality to their children and their foreign spouses? Does the Sahrawi law allow for double nationality? Similarly, what are the measures that guarantee the efficiency for acquisition of nationality and the lack of discrimination, especially for vulnerable and marginalized groups? As regards a prolonged displacement, do we have mechanisms to prevent statelessness? The African Union adopted in February 2024 the protocol to the Charter of African Charter on specific rights and the elimination of statelessness in Africa, and the Commission would like to know from the delegation if the Sahrawi government plans to ratify this protocol in order to better deal with issues on nationality and statelessness. Honorable Chair, I'm going to ask questions on the Kampala Convention because that falls within the remit of my mandate. In 2013, Sahrawi Republic ratified the Kampala Convention on the Protection and the Assistance of Displaced Persons in Africa. On 1st May 2026, the Sahrawi Republic submitted to the Commission an addendum to its rationale report, which is under review, comprising Part C, that is mainly on the implementation of the Convention. The Commission would like to congratulate the Sahrawi Republic for that. The Commission acknowledges, however, the challenges to imagine the existence of internally displaced persons in the Sahrawi Arab Republic, like the delegation mentioned in the report. The report mentions that in page 3 on Part C, that the application of the provisions of the Kampala Convention to the Sahrawi Republic raises legal issues where internal displaced person is mixed up with that of the people exiled due to the conflict. This description does not exclude the existence of groups within the national territory, especially in the freed areas, and continues to suffer from forced displacement due to either military operation or natural disasters. The Commission also notes information in the report regard to the resumption of hostilities between the Polisario Front and Morocco in November 2020 on the nomadic population that live in the freed areas of Western Sahara. The Commission would like to ask the delegation what measures have been taken by the government to actually advertise the Kampala Convention, or to raise awareness on the Kampala Convention. The Commission would also like to congratulate the government of Sahrawi for having been the fourth state party to the African Charter and to have fulfilled its obligations of presenting its report on the three instruments, including the Kampala Convention. The report also mentions that the Sahrawi have established an institutional framework to manage the population living in the freed areas in order to ensure coordination between the various sectors concerned. We would like to know if the Sahrawi government plans to adopt a law that deals with all aspects relating to the protection of internally displaced persons in accordance with provisions of Article 33 of the Convention. The Commission also notes that the institutional framework responsible for the management of internally displaced persons, especially the National High Council to supervise freed areas and community mechanisms. We would like the delegation to let us know if there is a policy or national strategy on exclusively on the issue of internally displaced persons. Like my colleague said, Commissioner Deso said, due to the increased impact of climate change, we would like to know if there are concrete measures that have been taken by the government to face up to internally displaced persons' problems and to strengthen the resilience of nomad people as regards Article 4 on the obligations on. Well, the government would like to would like to know if there's a provision for training by the Red Cross with regard to human rights, as concerns Article 5 and 9. The report mentions that as far as the government policy is concerned on internally displaced persons, there's a multi-dimensional approach that has been established covering health, psychological support, and education. We would like to know if the internally displaced persons take part in planning and in assessing their urgent needs. On the other hand, that if there are measures to protect and provide specific assistance to IDPs, such as women, children, elderly persons, or people with disabilities, as regards Article 6. The Commission would like to ask the delegation if international aid agencies, be they UN agencies or NGOs or others, that assist in humanitarian aid in Sahrawi? Do they have humanitarian emergency plans that is being developed with United Nations, international organizations, and humanitarian agencies in the Sahrawi Republic? Are there challenges that prevent access to humanitarian aid? We would also like to have examples of cooperation with international agencies to assist displaced persons. In Article 7, the report mentions that after the resumption of hostilities on 20 November 2020, SADC organized voluntary evacuations to refugee camps near Tindouf for the civilian population in areas that are directly exposed to the attacks, and especially in the Agwanit region and the Tifariti region. As mentioned on page 9, we would like the delegation to provide more information on operations carried out and care provided to the beneficiaries. Now, as regards Article 11, the report underscores that the implementation of sustainable solutions depends on the existence of objective conditions that are still missing in the Sahrawi context, and among which the end of the Moroccan occupation and guarantee of security and stability in the freed zones. Page 10. Can the delegation specify if consultations have been conducted with the displaced populations on the sustainable solutions, and that they give priority in the Sahrawi context? Honorable Chairperson, come to the end of my questions and comments under my mandate. I'd like to thank the distinguished delegation for their monitoring. I think the dialogue will be frank and constructive. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Honorable Commissioner Topsy Tono with regard to questions on our mandate.
About freedom of expression and access to information. The report states that the Sahrawi constitution guarantees freedom of expression and the right to information. The Information Act has been elevated to the status of an organic law, reflecting the importance attached to freedom of the press. The report also mentions government initiatives to diversify the media, infrastructure development, and the emergence of independent media. The Commission takes note of the media landscape in the Sahrawi Republic and has the following questions. Has the state adopted a law on access to information? Is the state aware of the Commission's model law on access to information? The delegation is invited to provide information on any existing independent and impartial oversight mechanism composed of information commissioners for the promotion, monitoring, and protection of the right of access to information. Does the state have laws restricting the right to freedom of expression and access to information? And if so, do these laws take into account the principle of justifiable limitations? The right to receive information. The report states that freedom of opinion and expression is considered an essential instrument for the supervision and protection of human rights, acting as a counterpower. Freedom of expression is guaranteed by the Sahrawi Constitution in Article 30. Is defamation considered a criminal offense under the law? What concrete measures are being taken by the state to ensure better respect for freedom of expression, including the right to have access to information generally, and more particularly in the context of elections? And what measures have been put in place, if any, to stop any internet shutdown in the election context? Media diversity. What measures are being taken to ensure equal access to revenues from public advertising, other subsidiaries for all media without discrimination? Safety of journalists. has the state put in place specific measures to prevent attacks against journalists and other media professionals, in addition to ensuring that the perpetrators of such attacks are investigated and prosecuted as stipulated in the Commission's Resolution 468 of 2020? Are there specific measures to protect journalists during election campaigns? Freedom of expression and access to information on the Internet. Has the state adopted legislation or policy to ensure universal, equitable, affordable, and useful access to the Internet? Considering that Internet shutdowns and social media closures violate the right to freedom of expression and access to information, contrary to Article 9 of the African Charter, has the state put in place measures to ensure that the body responsible for regulating audiovisual media refrains from shutting down the Internet at any time without any justifiable cause? Are there measures in place to ensure that access to the Internet and social networks are not interrupted or restricted during elections? If such is the case, can the delegation inform the Commission of such measures? What steps have the state taken, if any, to ensure that the development and use of AI does not violate human and people's rights? Right to privacy. Are spyware or surveillance technologies currently used in the state to monitor online communications? Is there an independent regulatory body responsible for protecting data made of representatives from various segments of the society? I am done with my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Now I'd like to give the floor to Honorable Vice Chairperson for... thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, for the floor. I'd also like to bid a warm welcome to the August delegation of the SADC, and I'll be interested in my mandate as Article 5 of the African Charter on the prohibition of torture and cruel and degrading treatment. As it appears in the report of the SADC, the Constitution guarantees the right to freedom and security of persons and goods, as well as the protection against all threats, arrest, or an arbitrary arrest. Article 28 prohibits all forms of torture or violence, and it is prohibited to violate the honor or the integrity of man or of a person, or of any, rather, in addition to the above-mentioned provisions, what is the legal regime, legal system of prohibiting torture in the Sahrawi Republic? And secondly, the Sahrawi government, can they confirm that the prohibition of torture is absolute, and including in times of emergency, state emergency, the fight against terrorism and internal instability? And finally, corporal punishment. Is it a criminal offense in all forms and contexts in the Sahrawi legislation? If we move on to the prevention of torture, I have two questions on this. The first is that, do the authorities plan to establish a national mechanism for the prevention of torture? And what is the role played currently by the National Human Rights Commission, and that's CONASAD, in this regard? The third part of this question on torture is on the investigation and prosecution concerning torture. Two observations on this. Is there an independent body responsible for conducting investigation on cases of police brutality or torture? And does the state party can they give us an inventory of investigations or prosecutions against forces of law and order and measures regarding victim protection? When we talk about torture, there are always victims. So we are interested in assistance provided to victims, and we asking if there are specific measures to guarantee free legal assistance to victims of torture or related actions in the Sahrawi Republic. Finally, last aspect on this issue, we would like to invite the honorable delegation to provide us with information on the measures taken to provide reparations, including readaptation and compensation for victims of torture in accordance with the resolution of the Commission number 3 of 2015 on the rights and readaptation of victims of torture. I yield back the floor to you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chairperson. I think it's now time for me to ask my questions as a chairperson of the working group on death penalty, judicial and killings and forced disappearance in Africa. You understand that the questions that I like to formulate will be on the right to life as guaranteed by Article 4 of the Charter. But before I delve into that,
allow me to respond to a question, a matter that was raised in your presentation. Let me clarify some issues. Ma'am, in your submission, you said that you did not expect us to take a political position, a political stand. I would like to tell you that we do not have that competence to deal with political matters within our activities. The exercise of these presentations is centered around issues relating to human rights. We only deal with human rights issues. Political issues, there are other institutions which are better placed than us. And how do we deal with these matters? In agreement with provision of Article 31 of the Charter, which stipulates that our organ is an impartial and independent organ. We are an organ of the African Union, but it is the member states themselves who have established our organ, and they wanted us to be an independent organ. So this is the clarification I wanted to bring at that level. Now, with respect to my specific questions, with respect to the death penalty, my colleague Maria has already raised some matters relating to this. I will not come back to them, but I would just like to ask you, since 2015, since then we have made final observations which are communicated to you. Have there been any measures taken to go in line with the abolition of the death penalty? You did indicate in your report, and it is well appreciated, that you are working on a solid moratorium. The specific question is, what do you envisage in accordance with our recommendations submitted in 2015 to go towards the abolition of the death penalty? The second issue I want to raise with you is with respect to extrajudiciary, summary, and arbitrary executions. In your internal disposition, in your criminal code, are there any particular provisions which repress, sentence such infringements, killings? I would also like to know whether there have been any cases that have been inventoried. The third ask of my intervention is on enforced disappearances. I do know that you are not a member of the United Nations, so in that regard, you cannot be a party to the International Convention for the Protection of all Individuals against enforced disappearances. But Irrespective of that, in the African system, at our commission, we have prepared guidelines for the protection of everybody against enforced disappearances. I would like to know whether your delegation is aware of these guidelines, and are you prepared to popularize them in your territory? The other question I would like to raise is as follows. Enforced disappearance, are they a distinct infringement in your criminal code? You have also told us about the situation of enforced disappearances. You have talked about 4,500 cases since 1975. I would like to know whether there is a document which deals with this matter, and if so, can you avail this document to the Commission? And my last questions I would like to raise is a generic question. You know, following the presentation of your report, the last time was in 2014, I believe. Thereafter, we had sent final observations since 2015. The objective of this exercise is also to know what were the measures taken to give effect to the general observation that were communicated to you. So my question is, what are the concrete measures that have been taken by your government to implement or to give effect to the final observations and the recommendations that we have made for you since 2015? In a nutshell, those were the questions I wanted to ask so as to close this interaction that we have had with you. Please let me specify that NHRIs, CSOs, in accordance with our rules of procedure, the presentations of state reports are not followed by discussions. So now I will hand over the floor to the Honorable Minister to ask him to react on the spot if he so wishes to the questions raised. If you want to do it, we can give you the floor. But if not, on Sunday we will meet at 2:30. We have given you time. We will give you time on Sunday to respond to all the questions that are here in race.
2 hours.
You'll be given 2 hours for that.
Of gratitude and appreciation for you, Mr. President, for you, Excellencies and Honorable Commissioners, each and every one of you with his name and with the due respect to him and to her. This session was very, very important and very constructive and very enlightening. I'm really want to thank you on behalf of President Ghali, on behalf of the government of Sahrawi Republic, for the interest, for the questions, for the in-depth analysis and inputs that you have contributed very kindly and very brilliantly in this debate. The report that I presented to you is a result of the work of Sahrawi National Human Rights Commission, but also with interministerial committee that it's compound of many, all the ministries and departments and institutions related to the work, and it was under the chairmanship of Honorable Bishra Bayoun, Prime Minister of Sahrawi Republic, that worked for many time to elaborate this report. As you may understand, the reply to so many important questions that you have brilliantly presented will need time to elaborate the replies and give them and seek the information you have requested and the data you have mentioned and many other issues that beyond my ability as Minister of Foreign Affairs and my team, but we will work inshallah tonight and tomorrow morning to try to compel all the information needed and to formulate the replies that you have requested and the information you have asked for. Nevertheless, I have a small, spontaneous, as Mr. Chairman said, reply. First is the importance of this exercise. This is a very, very important exercise. It's very interesting, and it is very influential on the formulation of policies, but also on the appreciation of the leaders and the cadres that we have brought here to listen and to understand and to share information. This makes our union more important and make our governments more accountable to our Pan-African institutions and entities, which is very, very commendable from your side. Second, I think there were a problem of interpretation. My colleague didn't ask for a political position. I think in what she read, that we don't ask for political position. We ask for a position about the human rights violations, a legal position, yes. And that's related to the translation, and as those who understand Arabic would have realized the difference between what she said and what was translated. And I understand our friends, the translator, are working in very difficult conditions, and we speak very fast and they can't catch. And that's a very common practice in all the deliberations of multilinguistic institutions like ours. So we don't blame them because we know the conditions they are working on, and of course we understand your reply on this. Nevertheless, I was surprised also by some remarks, political remarks, because what you said, Mr. Chairman, about politics, we've seen some very political comments that I will deal with them tomorrow, inshallah, because what you said, Mr. Chairman, I totally share your concern. We are in a human rights institution and we are supposed to speak on a human right, but about political preferences and diplomatic backing of any political solution or political statement that is out of the order. But of course, we understand that this is a matter of justice, it's a matter of law, it's a matter of legality. And people have the free choice to stand wherever they want to stand, inside or outside, or the history, and especially the right, surtout sur le droit. Once again, I want to thank you, all of you, each one of you, in your totality. I want also to thank all those who graced us with their presence, and all of you, and tomorrow we will reply. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart, and God bless you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I would now call my colleagues to come and greet the delegation. This juncture, I would like to close item number 9 of our agenda, And exceptionally, I will reopen item number 4, situation of human rights, to enable the Republic of Cameroon and the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire to intervene. Paulette Diana Somo for the Republic of Cameroon.
Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, representative of civil society organization, ladies and gentlemen. It is always a great pleasure for the Cameroonian delegation to take part in the ordinary session of our continental institution in charge of human rights, human and people's rights. The delegation therefore joins the previous speaker in expressing his gratitude to the government of the Republic of the Gambia for his constant willingness to host the sessions and for the arrangement made to welcome and accommodate the various delegations. Our thanks also goes to the Commission for the smooth running and efficient organization of these sessions. Finally, the delegation takes this opportunity to extend his warmest congratulations to the re-elected commissioners, as well as to the Commission Bureau, which has been in office since the last October session. It expresses the hope that this new area will further strengthen the effectiveness, visibility, and impact of this august institution in the fulfillment of his noble missions. Monsieur le Président, honorables commissaires, mesdames et messieurs, cette année marque le 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, instrument historique qui reconnaît l'homme dans ses droits et dans ses devoirs. Le Cameroun, pour sa part, l'a ratifié le 20 juin 1989 et demeure depuis lors attaché à la promotion et à la protection de tous les droits de l'homme qui y sont consacrés, et ce en dépit des nombreux défis. Les rapports d'activité des mécanismes spéciaux de la Commission, les panels et les déclarations faites devant cette tribune ont mis en exergue ces défis de divers ordres, sécuritaires, sociaux, économiques, environnementaux, politiques. C'est le lieu ici de saluer le travail de surveillance constant fait par les différents acteurs en faveur de la protection et de la promotion des droits de l'homme. En cela, la délégation camerounaise a pris bonne note des cas portés à son attention ainsi que des recommandations formulées à l'endroit du gouvernement. Toutefois, Monsieur le Président, le devoir de vérité conduit à revenir sur les allégations relatives à la situation post-électorale au Cameroun. En effet, 2 jours après l'élection présidentielle du
presidential election of 12 October 2025, a candidate felt compelled to declare victory in violation of the laws in force. This was followed by mass demonstrations characterized by acts of violence and looting, which led to the intervention of the law enforcement orders. In his various press briefings on the situation, including one on 22nd December 2025 with the President of the Cameroon Bar Association, the Honorable Minister of Territorial Administration reported 16 tragic deaths and 1,985 assailants arrested. Among these were minors under the influence of narcotics under 12 to 17 years old. These minors were released on bail. 615 assailants were released, and legal proceedings have been initiated before the competent causes against the other ones. Further developments in this regard will be communicated to the Commission in due course. With respect to the death of politician Anisser Ekane, the circumstances surrounding it were explained in a press release from the Ministry of Defense dated 1st December 2025, the day of his death. The Commission has been notified of this.
African Union Team for 2026, which focuses on assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation system as a fundamental drive towards safeguarding human rights, Cameroon thus reaffirms his commitment to ensuring equitable and sustainable access to this vital resource. To this end, efforts are ongoing, especially through initiatives carried out by the Cameroon Water Utilities Corporation, the public company in charge of water distribution, which is conducting major programs aimed at improving access to drinking water across our country, such as the extension of the distribution network to connect approximately 200,000 new households to drinking water, launched in October 2024 in urban and peri-urban area in Yaoundé and Douala. The rehabilitation and extension of drinking water supply system in several rural and semi-urban areas, including Ayos, Lomé, Minta, and Mundemba. The strengthening of supply system in 10 towns, including Tignéré, Abomban, and Gong, with an estimated impact nearly 1.2 million beneficiaries. The carry out of overarching development projects in several major cities, notably Garoua, Maroua, and Chang, including the construction of borehole and water treatment plant and the extension of distribution networks. All these steps clearly demonstrate the commitment of the government to ensuring that access to drinking water and sanitation is an unalienable right closely linked to public health, human unity, and sustainable development. This is an opportunity to acknowledge the considerable contribution made by government state partners, international organizations, and NGOs in achieving this objective. In the same vein, the government remains committed to ongoing efforts to improve on the human rights situation. Concrete progress has been made in revamping the regulatory and institutional framework, notably the modernization of civil registration system through the adoption of reforms aimed at improving the recording of civil status information and the gradual digitization of public service. Monsieur le Président, honorables commissaires, Mesdames et Messieurs,
Cameroon reaffirms its commitment to constructive dialogue with the regional and international human rights mechanisms. The delegation to this end would like to announce the submission during this session of Cameroon's sole report covering the 7th, 8th, 9th reports under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd reports, respectively, under the Maputo Protocol and the Kampala Convention, and finally, initial reports under the protocols on older persons and persons living with disabilities in Africa. Thus, despite persistent challenges, Cameroon remains firmly committed under the strong leadership of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Paul Biya, to a process of progressive consolidation of human rights based on a balance between security imperatives, the requirements of democratic governance, and the promotion of fundamental rights. We thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, distinguished delegate. The Commission has taken due note of your declaration, and we positively appreciate the submission of your report on account of Article 62. I will now give the floor to the delegate from Côte d'Ivoire for their right of reply. Chairperson, I would like to thank you for giving me the floor, honorable commissioners, distinguished delegates, their participants. As on item number 4 of the agenda, at the 81st session, or the ongoing agenda on the situation of human rights in Africa, the International Federation of ACAT, and on the other hand, the Aboriginal Coalition of Human Rights and the International Facilities of Human Rights have made declarations where they presented Côte d'Ivoire as demonstrating racism of its civic space. These NGOs accuse Côte d'Ivoire of having, I name, number 1, banned through the interministerial decree of October 17, 2025, public meetings and demonstrations by political parties and groups throughout the country during the election period. Number 2, adopted an ordinance regarding civil society organizations that, according to them, contained several provisions raising concerns regarding the respect for the freedom of association and the freedom of expression. These statements call for the following observations. Number 1, regarding the interministerial decree of October 17, 2025, prohibiting public meetings and demonstrations by political parties and groups throughout the entire territory for a period of 2 months. Allow me to recall that the interministerial decree of 17 October 2025 prohibiting public meetings and demonstrations by political parties and groups throughout the national territory for a period of 2 months was raised by the NGO International Service for Human Rights during the previous session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Here in this very room, the Ivorian delegation position on this matter remains unchanged. Indeed, Mr. Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, the Ivorian delegation wishes to reiterate that the right to freedom of peaceful assembly and demonstration, as enshrined both in the Constitution and in the relevant international legal instruments to which the state is a party, is a right that is effectively guaranteed throughout the national territory. However, as we all know, it is widely accepted that the exercise of this right may be subject to restriction in accordance with the law and which are necessary in the interest of national security, public safety, public order, or to protect public health or morals or the rights and freedoms of others. In this case, the restrictions imposed on the exercise of the fundamental right in question fully complied with all the relevant requirements because they are strictly limited over time and target a specific type of public stakeholder in the interest of preserving national security, public safety, and public order, as well as protecting the rights and freedoms of others. For this reason, the Ivorian delegation wishes to point out that Cote d'Ivoire, which has served as a pioneer in Africa by enacting as early as 2014 a law on the promotion and protection of human rights defenders, faces no challenges regarding the adoption of a legal and institutional framework for the promotion and protection of human rights and human rights defenders. With respect to number 2, namely Decree number 2024-368 of 12 June 2024 on civil society organizations. Contrary to the assertions in the statements by the NGOs mentioned before, the contested decree, which however moreover was ratified by the Parliament, is in no way aims to restrict the fundamental rights in question, namely freedom of association and freedom of expression. Rather, its objective is to ensure a better exercise of the said rights. It is worth recalling that the adoption of the said decree followed extensive consultations in which members of civil society actively participated. This is why the government is surprised by these accusations, which indeed appear to be nothing more than mere assumptions. To confirm this, it is worth noting that in the 2026 Reporters Sans Frontières ranking, Cote d'Ivoire ranks 54th out of 180 countries evaluated, compared to 64th place in 2025, while the aforementioned decree has been in effect since June 12, 2025, and this year, in 2026, the country achieved an overall score and 69 in 2025. In other words, the Cote d'Ivoire has gained 10 places and 2.5 points in terms of the score. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ivorian delegation wishes to reiterate Cote d'Ivoire's commitment to working towards the full enjoyment of all human rights, including the freedom of association and the freedom of expression. Mr. Chair, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates of the member states, their participants, I would like to conclude my remarks by with respectfully reiterating the sincere thanks of the Ivorian delegation for the opportunity it has been given to provide these important clarifications. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you. The Commission has taken due note of your statement done on as your rebuttal. This closes item number 4. And at this juncture, I would like to open item number 6 on the activity reports of members of the commission, and we will listen to the presentation of Honorable Gracia Topsy-Tono.
Presented in accordance with Rules 25, 3 and 64 of the Commission's Rules of Procedure 2020 and covers activities undertaken by the Special Mechanism on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa during the intersession period covering November 2025 to May 2026. I think it is important to reiterate the provisions of the African Charter relating to my mandate, namely Article 9 of the African Charter, which provides that every individual shall have a right to receive information and every individual shall have a right to express and disseminate his opinions within the law. Chair, I'll start with the protection activities, that is press releases and urgent appeals. Letters of urgent appeal. The following letters were sent to the Republic of Uganda. On the 13th of December 2025, a joint letter of urgent appeal was issued regarding alleged human rights violations committed during the electoral period. The letter requested clarification regarding the reported arrest of over 550 NUP members and supporters, in addition to reports of arrests in Kampala, Lira, Arua, Mambara, reportedly related to the participation in the party's campaigns, and further called on the state to investigate all reports of attacks against journalists and other media practitioners, in addition to attacks on media houses. There was a second letter of urgent appeal that was issued on the 8th of January 2026 in response to the reported arbitrary arrest and detention of Dr. Sarah Biwiti. The letter requested clarification on the allegations and called on the government to secure her immediate release and given the arbitrary nature of her arrest and detention. There was a third letter of urgent appeal that was still issued to the Republic of Uganda on the 14th of January 2026 in response to reports of a suspension of the public internet access, selected mobile service, and the permits of civil society organizations during the election period. The letter requested clarifications on the allegations and further called upon the government to immediately restore full internet access and mobile communication services, in addition to reinstating the permits of all suspended civil society organizations. Joint letter of urgent appeal to Egypt. On the 9th of February 2026, a joint letter of urgent appeal was issued regarding the alleged arrest and judicial harassment of Mr. Ahmed Douma, a human rights defender in Egypt, who was reportedly detained and interrogated for 12 hours at the National Security Agency, blindfolded for hours, subjected to reported assault, and denied basic necessities, including a blanket, despite the cold conditions. Mr. Douma was reportedly charged with spreading false information and misleading public opinion in Egypt and abroad, in connection with an investigative article he published. The letter requested an investigation into the circumstances related to his arrest and detention. On the 17th of April 2026, a response was received from the government of Egypt regarding the issues raised in the letter of appeal, which response is noted with thanks. Joint letter of urgent appeal to Cameroon. On the 23rd of February 2026, a joint letter of urgent appeal was issued in response to reports received regarding the arrest and prolonged detention of several individuals following the post-election situation in Cameroon following the presidential election on the 12th of October 2025, which resulted in approximately 1,985 people being arrested, of whom 615 were released on bail and 963 remained in detention. The letter requested clarification on the reports and requested investigation in the circumstances surrounding the continued detention of all persons arrested during the post-election crisis, where appropriate, in addition to their release if no charges were brought against them. Joint letter of urgent appeal to Algeria. On the 23rd of February 2026, a joint letter of urgent appeal was issued in response to reports received regarding the arrest and detention of Mr. Omar Ferhat, also known under the pseudonym of Karim Kaki, director of a local independent news website, Algerie Scoop, and Mr. Abdellahi Mesghine, journalist and poet with a large following on social networks. The letter requested clarification on the reports received, requested an investigation into the arrest and detention, and ensured to ask for their release if no charges were brought against them, in addition to calling on the government to implement adequate practical safeguards to ensure respect for all the rights of those two persons and regard be had to due process so that they can defend themselves before an impartial and independent tribunal. In its response submitted on the 19th of March 2026, clarification was provided by the Republic of Algeria, indicating that the proceedings against the two persons were not linked to the exercise of their journalistic activity or the expression of a legitimate opinion. Rather, it was the result of specific facts which were assessed by competent judicial authorities in the context of the application of the law. Joint letter of urgent appeal to Gabon. On the 25th February 2026, a joint letter of urgent appeal was issued in response to reports received regarding the suspension of social networks in Gabon, reportedly as a measure to prevent the spread of false information. Reports indicated that access to major social media platforms, including Facebook, WhatsApp, TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, were blocked in the country. The letter requested clarification on the reports and called on the government to reverse the social media shutdown, restore social networks access in Gabon, and in addition to refraining from interrupting or limiting access to the internet, social media, and messaging services. Joint letter of urgent appeal to Mali. On the 27th of February 2026, a joint letter of urgent appeal was issued in response to reports received regarding the sentencing of Mr. Moussa Mara, in the first instance by the National Cybercrime Unit, to 2 years in prison, one of which was to be served without parole, and further, the Bamako Court of Appeal upheld his conviction, maintaining the sentence and fine imposed in the first instance. Mr. Mara's conviction was reportedly linked to a post he made on the social media platform X on the 4th of July 2025, and following his post, he was reportedly prosecuted for undermining the credibility of the state, opposition to legitimate authority, and incitement to disturb public order. The letter requested clarification on the reported allegations, in addition to requesting the state to conduct investigations where appropriate and to implement adequate practical safeguards to ensure respect for all rights related to fair trials. Joint letter of urgent appeal to Ethiopia. On the 4th of March 2026, a joint letter of appeal was issued regarding the revocation of the registration of the Addis Standard, an independent media outlet in Ethiopia, under the media proclamation. The letter requested clarification regarding the reported revocation, called for reinstatement of Addis Standard's online media registration certificate, and urged a review of all criminal restrictions of content to ensure that they are justifiable and compatible with international human rights law and standards. Joint letter of urgent appeal to Egypt. On the 16th of March 2026, a joint letter of appeal was issued in response to reports received regarding the charges of heavy bail imposed on Ms. Ada Saif El Dawa, a woman human rights defender. It is reported that on the 15th of February 2026, the lady appeared before the Doki Prosecution Office in response to a summons she had received. She was interrogated and informed that she was being charged with spreading false news in Egypt and abroad with the aim of disrupting public security and peace and causing confusion. The letter requested clarification on the veracity of the reports, in addition to requesting authorities to conduct investigation into the circumstances related to the arrest and detention of Ms. El Dawa, to drop all charges against her if no credible evidence was available, and to cease all forms of judicial harassment. The letter also called on the government to guarantee that all human rights defenders in Egypt can carry out their work without fear of reprisals and free from all restrictions. Joint letter of urgent appeal to Algeria. On the 18th of March 2026, a joint letter of urgent appeal was issued in response to reports received regarding the arrest, detention, and conviction of Mr. Tahar Ouchachi, a lecturer in history at the Faculty of Humanities at the Lonsini Ali University in Bleba. The gentleman, a historian at the University of Algiers, Mr. Zine El Abdin Koda, a professor of philosophy in Oran, and Mr. Sherif Melal, the former president of Jeunesse Sportive de Kabylie. The letter requested clarification on the reported arrests, requested that investigations be conducted where appropriate into the circumstances surrounding the arrest and detention, in addition to implementing adequate practical safeguards to ensure respect for the rights to a fair trial before an impartial and independent court. On the 7th of May 2026, a response was received from the state regarding the letter of appeal, which provided the information on the legal basis for prosecution, the fair trial guarantees applicable, as well as the remedies provided. Joint letter of urgent appeal to Benin. On the 21st of April 2026, a joint letter of urgent appeal was issued in response to reports regarding the prolonged detention of Mr. Hugues Komla Susuke, the director of online media outlet Olofofo, former Secretary General and spokesperson of the Beninese Association of Web Activists. The gentleman is reportedly a journalist, whistleblower, and human rights defender who was forced to flee the country after denouncing the decision of the Beninese authorities following the 2019 elections, and he has settled in Togo, where he held the refugee status since 2021. The gentleman was reportedly abducted by police officers in Abidjan and handed over to Beninese authorities while he was in Côte d'Ivoire to attend the Ivory Tech Forum. He was reportedly denied access to an attorney and family visits and subjected to concerning detention conditions, including suspension of his rights to 2 hours of daily exercise. The letter requested investigations into the circumstances surrounding the continued detention and called for his release if no charges were brought against him, in addition to implementing adequate practical safeguards to ensure that his rights to a fair trial are respected. Joint letter of urgent appeal to Guinea-Bissau. On the 7th of May 2026, a joint letter of urgent appeal was issued in response to reports received regarding the assassination of one Mr. Vigaro Luis Balanta, president of the citizens' movement Por di Terra. Reports indicate that Mr. Balanta was found dead on Tuesday, 31st of March 2026, in the rice fields of Endam Lero, near Bissau, beaten to death. His body was discovered with multiple signs of physical violence, including traces of stab wounds, bullet holes to the head, an open wound to his foot, and torn and bloody clothing. Further reports indicate that on the afternoon of the 1st of April 2026, authorities suspended several private radio stations for a period of 7 days for alleged lack of license, shortly after the media announced the death of Mr. Balanta. The letter requested the authorities to pursue an independent and impartial investigation into Mr. Balanta's murder and to bring to justice the perpetrators of a crime if necessary. Letters of commendation. In addition to the intervention in situations where violations have occurred, the special mechanism issued letters of commendation and appreciation, noting measures taken by state parties to implement the rights of access to information and freedom of expression. Letter of appreciation to Uganda. On the 6th of February 2026, a joint letter of appreciation was issued commending the release of Dr. Sarah Bireti in Uganda. The letter noted that the release was an important step towards recognizing the participation of human rights defenders during the electoral process.
Madame, s'il vous plaît, vous troublez notre session. On ne peut pas parler au téléphone comme ça, à la salle. Oui, madame, vous ne pouvez pas parler au téléphone comme ça.
May I continue, Chair?
Yeah, you can proceed.
Letter of commendation to the Gambia. On the 27th of April 2026, a joint letter of commendation was issued welcoming the launch of a national misinformation and disinformation response center by the government of Gambia. This center was established in response to the growing spread of misinformation and disinformation across digital and social media platforms in the Gambia. The letter, however, reiterated that all measures to address disinformation and misinformation should not violate the rights to free expression and access to information. Press statements. The press release on the suspension of public internet access, selected mobile services, and civil society organizations permit during the election period in Uganda. On the 16th of January 2026, a press statement was issued regarding suspension of public internet access, in addition to recurring restrictions on the rights to freedom of association, expression, and assembly in the Republic of Uganda on the eve of the general elections held on the 15th of January 2026. The press release called on the government of Uganda, Interalia, to immediately restore full internet access and mobile communication services, reinstate the permits of all suspended civil society organizations, guarantee that any restrictions on fundamental rights comply with Uganda's obligations under the African Charter and other relevant regional and international human rights instruments, in addition to taking all necessary measures to ensure the protection of journalists, human rights defenders, civil society actors, and the general population during the electoral period. Statement commemorating World Press Freedom Day on the 3rd of May 2026. A press statement was issued commemorating World Press Freedom Day on the 3rd of May 2026, which inter alia reaffirmed the key role of the media and other means of communication in ensuring full respect for the right of freedom of expression, promoting the free flow of information and ideas, assisting individuals in making informed decisions, and facilitating and strengthening democracy. The statement called on states to uphold the fundamental principles on press freedom in Africa and commended all journalists who assiduously speak truth to power, often in difficult situations. The following promotional activities were undertaken. I participated in a number of online meetings with a view to developing guidelines for Resolution 620, 630, and 631 of the Commission. I attended the Just AI conference organized by Research ICT from the 30th to 31st of March 2026. I attended the PANAF Summit on Artistic Freedom from the 6th to 8th of February 2026. I also participated in online meetings with all the special rapporteurs in the world, namely the UN Special Rapporteur, the Inter-American Commission Special Rapporteur, and the OSCE Special Rapporteur to develop the joint declaration, the theme of which this year was the rights to freedom of expression and access to information of children in the digital age. Protection activities, joint letter of appeal to Tanzania. On the 12th of May 2026, a letter of urgent appeal was transmitted to the government of Tanzania in response to reports of a displacement of indigenous communities in the Ngorongoro Conservation Area, which spans over 829,000 hectares and is home to approximately 100,000 people and central to the cultural identity and livelihood of indigenous communities, including the Maasai, Datoga, and Hadzabe. The reports raise serious concerns about planned reductions in human presence in the Ngorongoro Conservation Area and the expansion of a reportedly voluntary resettlement program, which is contested by affected communities and civil society as not being voluntary in practice. The letter requested the government to provide detailed information on the policies and measures concerning the management of the Ngorongoro Conservation Area and any relocation plans, publish the reports of the 2 February 2025 presidential commissions, and clarify the measures ensuring that any resettlement is indeed voluntary and compliant with applicable standards, and to lastly outline safeguards to prevent forced displacement and ensure the protection and effective participation of affected communities. Letter of urgent appeal to Zambia. On the 12th of May 2025, a letter of urgent appeal was transmitted to the government of Zambia in my joint capacity as country rapporteur for the human rights situation in the Republic of Zambia, as well as the special rapporteur for freedom of expression and access to information in Africa, regarding the postponement and subsequent cancellation of the RightsCon Global Summit 2026, which was scheduled to take place in Lusaka, Zambia, from the 5th to 8th of May 2026. Reportedly, this action was necessitated by the need for comprehensive disclosure of critical information regarding the key thematic issues proposed for discussions during the summit, which was essential to ensure full alignment with Zambia's national values, policy priorities, and broader public interest considerations. The letter of the 12th of May 2026 highlighted that the convening provided a useful opportunity for various stakeholders to come together to discuss critical issues related to human rights, including freedom of expression, access to information, and the realization and governance of digital rights. Further, the action contributed to shrinking the civic space, stifling free speech and expression, and sending the wrong signal to on the suppression of expression during this crucial election year for Zambia in 2026. Press statements. Press release on the human rights situation in the United Republic of Tanzania. On the 1st of November 2025, a press statement was issued in response to the human rights situation in Tanzania, following the general elections of the 29th of October 2025. The Commission noted its extreme concern regarding the reports of widespread turmoil following a series of post-election protests, which reportedly left hundreds of people dead and injured during clashes with security forces, in addition to the nationwide internet shutdown, which made it difficult to confirm the actual death toll. The Commission condemned the reports on the deteriorating human rights situation and called on the government of Tanzania to prioritize de-escalation of the situation, in addition to ensuring that security forces refrain from issuing using disproportionate force against protesters. Further, the Commission called on the government of Tanzania to urgently initiate investigations on the reports. The development of the African guidelines on promoting and harnessing data access as a tool for advancing human rights and sustainable development in the digital age. The increasing use of digital technology has significantly altered the way in which we access information in recent years. Access to information refers to the right of individuals to obtain information held by public bodies and relevant private bodies, and is rooted in human rights law, including Article 9 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Access to data extends to the principle of access to information in the digital age, ensuring access not only to documents but also to data sets, metadata, and digital resources which are openly available, usable, and shareable. In view of the fact that access to information and access to data reinforce each other, and given that access to information promotes transparency, while access to data enables deeper analysis, participation, and evidence-based decision-making, the Commission adopted Resolution 620 during its 81st Ordinary Session, held in Banjul from the 17th October to the 6th of November 2024. This resolution, inter alia, noted the rapid advancement of technology and the growing reliance on data in governance, economic development, and social interaction across the African continent, and highlighted that harnessing the power of data, particularly in the digital age, can promote democracy and facilitate the exercise of various human rights while ensuring transparency and accountability in governance. In addition, the resolution mandated the Commission's mechanism on freedom of expression and access to information in Africa to develop appropriate normative standards with a view to guiding data collection and deployment and addressing access issues concerning data. It is in this regard that I have worked with various stakeholders to develop the African guidelines on promoting and harnessing data access as a tool for advancing human rights and sustainable development in the digital age. Overall, the guidelines provide a human rights-based framework for balancing privacy, access, and innovation, while fostering accountability, equity, and sustainable digital transformation across Africa, building on the Commission's soft law documents under Article 9 of the African Charter. Key principles of the draft guidelines include, inter alia, maximum disclosure of public and relevant private data, data justice, and equity for marginalized communities, the importance of data for public accountability, in addition to prioritizing systems for data collection, storage, and dissemination built with proactive disclosure features, accessibility, standards, and interoperability by default, and security provisions. In addition, the guidelines stress the importance of access to platform-held data for public interest research and the need for inclusive, affordable, multilingual access strategies, amongst others. Further, in terms of measures, the draft guidelines called on states to establish robust national frameworks for data governance, domesticate the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, and the African Union Data Policy Framework, in addition to implementing open data policies. With a view to ensuring the participatory process in the development of these draft guidelines, a call for contributions was issued on the Commission's website on the 15th of April 2026, which invited stakeholders, including state actors, non-state actors, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, in addition to the Commission's partners, to forward their inputs on the draft guidelines to the Commission by close of business on the 14th of July 2026. The draft guidelines can be accessed on the Commission's website in English, French, and Portuguese. I would like to take this opportunity to call on all interested stakeholders to work with the Commission to further develop these guidelines by submitting feedback, comments, and any amendments to the draft document in order to enrich the proposed guidelines and ensure that the normative document, which will be eventually adopted by the Commission, takes into account all relevant views in the final document. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to all those who worked closely with me in developing these guidelines, namely the African Alliance for Access to Data. In conclusion, my conclusions and recommendations. I propose the following conclusions and recommendations to all stakeholders. In view of the call for contribution to the African guidelines on promoting and harnessing data access as a tool for advancing human rights and sustainable development in the digital age, I call on everyone to submit comments, propose amendments, and general information to ensure that the draft guidelines take into consideration all relevant issues, are adopted following a participatory engagement process in accordance with the Commission's established practices. I also call on all stakeholders to contribute to the development of guidelines to assist states to monitor technology companies in respect of their duty to maintain information integrity through independent fact-checking as per Resolution 630, which was adopted by the Commission in 2025. In this regard, I'm being supported by MOXIE, formerly MMA, and contributions to this important document can be submitted to the Commission via its official email address. I also call on stakeholders to contribute to the development of guidelines on the assessment of public interest content in this digital era for all platforms operating in Africa, as per Resolution 631, which was adopted by the Commission in 2025. In this regard, I am being supported by SOS Coalition, and contributions can be submitted to the Commission via its official email address. I call on all state parties to sign, ratify, and domesticate the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, as well as welcome the response from the governments of Algeria and Egypt to the joint letter of appeal and the clarification they provided regarding the reported arrests and judicial harassments. I also call on state parties to respond to letters of appeal from the Special Rapporteur and other special mechanisms, providing clarification on reported violations of freedom of expression and access to information, particularly with regard to arrests and the detention of journalists, human rights defenders, amongst others, as highlighted in this report. I call on state parties to refrain from restricting access to the internet and social media platforms at all times, but particularly before, during, and after elections, thereby ensuring the free flow of information and free expression. In accordance with Resolution 654 on the promotion and protection of artistic freedom in Africa, which was adopted by the Commission regarding reports on censorship, intimidation, arbitrary arrest, and other forms of repression targeting journalists, cultural professionals, creative content creators, and disseminators of artistic creativity on the continent, I call on all state parties, inter alia, to respect, protect, and promote the right to artistic freedom of expression and ensure that creators and disseminators of artistic creativity are protected from arbitrary actions in response to the legitimate exercise of a right to freedom of expression. In accordance with Resolution 657 on access to information and the right to a healthy environment, adopted in view of the importance of accurate and reliable information, in addition to transparency, participation, and accountability as necessary tools to address environmental harm and promote resilience, I call on all state parties to ensure timely, accurate, accessible, and proactive disclosure of climate and environmental information, and to guarantee meaningful public participation and access to justice in environmental decision-making as integral components of environmental protection and sustainable development. To NHRIs and NGOs, in view of the increasingly submission of state periodic reports, I call on NHRIs and NGOs to consistently submit their shadow reports in a timely manner, in accordance with Rule 79 of the Commission's Rules of Procedure, highlighting the situation relating to the rights of free expression and access to information in the various state parties, in order to ensure that the Commission and the special mechanisms are informed of the current human rights situations, which will undoubtedly contribute to a productive engagement on the relevant state parties' reports. I thank you for your attention. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, for the presentation of your report. We shall, at this juncture, listen to the statements after your presentation. Let me start with the state parties. We only received one request for the floor. The Democratic Arab Sahrawi Republic.
Mr. Chair, Honorable Commissioner, on the issue of information and access to information, Honorable other commissioners. Let me start by thanking the commissioner who submitted this report in the 87th session with regard to the different cases of violation of right to information in many African countries, as well as highlighting the urgent appeals and messages and other means that she has used. Unfortunately, we would like to record any mentioning of the situation of freedom of expression in the occupied territory of the Sahrawi Republic. Your Excellency, you are also the country rapporteur of this African Union member state, and despite the numerous appeals from our side and other Sahrawi civil society organizations, we've been calling you. We're expecting that your report, in accordance with Article 9 of the Charter, to include the continuous violation of rights of the journalists and human rights defenders, as well as the activists, Sahrawis in the occupied territories. Many cases of violations of their rights continue to occur, as well as they are denied to access information and other restrictions on the exercising their rights there. The report covered different cases in Uganda, Egypt, Algeria, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and other countries, including the internet outage, arrest of journalists, and restriction of the work of the activists. All these measures are showing how important this mechanism is in protecting the rights of expression. However, excluding the Sahrawi Republic from this report makes this report not comprehensive and do not cover the whole situation of human rights in the continent. Accordingly, we call upon Her Excellency the Commissioner to take the situation of the Sahrawi Republic as a priority in her upcoming reports. We need to see this information and the other information that is coming from the African and Sahrawi international organizations about access to information in these territories. Also, we need continuous monitoring of the situation of the journalists and human rights defenders in the region. These principles and standards of protection should be granted to Sahrawi and other
regions of the continent. Finally, I would like to reaffirm that the protection of the freedom of expression should be comprehensive and not excluding some nations or states. We all want to enjoy these rights in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and thank you for your attention.
Tanzania has no designated category of indigenous people with more than 120 tribes, including the Maasai, Tatoga, and the Hadzabe, each with unique cultural traits. Our diversity forms the foundation of a culturally rich nation. All Tanzanians enjoy equal rights of civil, political, economic, social, cultural, and under the Constitution, which are full protected. Additionally, Tanzania land tenure system does not recognize categories such as indigenous, ancestral, or traditional land. Land in Tanzania is public property, held in trust by the President on behalf of all Tanzanians. It is allocated through legal mechanisms that apply equally to all Tanzanians. Since the government puts at the far front the welfare of the people, in February 2025, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, commissioned a commission to investigate the issues concerning Loliondo Ngorongoro Conservation Area. The two commissions have already presented their report to the President, and now the President is consulting the report in order to give way forward on how to implement the Commission's recommendations. Concerning the general election of 2025, in the light of the unrest, destruction of property and death that occurring during the general election on the 29th of October 2025, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, established a commission of inquiry on the 18th of November 2025 to investigate the government what next to do on that, what happened on that day. The commission has already presented its report to the President of the Republic of Tanzania, who will then give the way forward in how to implement those recommendations from the commission, which she commissioned the task to investigate according to the terms of references. In conclusion, the United Republic of Tanzania remains committed to its international obligation and to protecting the rights of all its people without discrimination. We will continue to safeguard the unity, peace, and stability of our nation. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, distinguished delegate. I would like to propose this adjustment given time constraints. We will give the floor to Uganda, then Lesotho. Thereafter, we will take 1 hour lunch break. Then we will continue with the civil society organization. Then I will give the floor to the commissioners. So that being said, now I will give the floor to Uganda.
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Commissioners. Chair, allow us, on behalf of the delegation of Uganda, to first of all say we are content with your leadership and the way you've been leading Allow me to once again to congratulate you for assuming the chair, and also other commissioners who have been re-elected and those who have come fresh. Your Excellency, allow me to thank the Smiling Coast for receiving us and for all the courtesies that they have offered unto us. I was a little late because we had other national obligations. Your Excellency, Chair had thought of observing and coming up on Monday to do my obligation as the head of this delegation, but allow me to briefly state some of the issues that have come, and maybe it won't be good to slip over them. I'm also informed by my delegation from the ministries, departments, and agencies that you accorded them time to give some responses, and for that I would like to appreciate you again. But allow me to go through few areas that have come up again that maybe could not wait until Monday. There's the allegation that came on use of too much force and unnecessary, that was not necessary by the security forces during the electoral campaigns and enforced disappearances. Chair, on that would like to first of all thank the Commissioner for her activity report and also wish to respond as follows. That Uganda Police Force is mandated to secure the elections, maintain law and order, and preserve life of all the citizens before, during, and after elections. During the 2026 election period, the intervention of the security forces was prompted by blatant breaches of law, including incitement of violence, disorderly conduct, non-compliance with the lawful directives, or credible criminal complaints. It was carried out strictly within the established public order management and criminal procedures frameworks. Police records, custody registers, medical reports, and court proceedings do not affirm the allegations of arbitrary arrests, enforced disappearances, and excess use of force or targeted intimidation of journalists as alleged. On the contrary, Your Excellency Chair, the findings demonstrate that the Uganda Police acted to protect the life, maintain public order, safeguard electoral integrity, and facilitate lawful political activities, while ensuring accountability through independent investigation and judicial processes. The government of Uganda therefore finds no substance for the alleged human rights violation and affirms its commitment to professional, impartial human rights complainant policing in conduct of the electoral security operations. Below are the specific responses, action taken, and status of investigation for the incident as highlighted. In regard to this alleged stampede in the mentioned districts, the government of Uganda would like to state that those incidences were premeditated. There were rioters and violent assemblies that law enforcement quelled to enforce law and order and to ensure that security and stability of the country and the citizen were taken care of. The cited rallies had the potential to cause breach of peace through violent rhetorics that were meant to incite violence towards the security forces by mostly the new presidential candidate, with the hateful speech and inciting violence for us is criminal act under the Penal Code Act of Uganda. On the restriction on civil society organizations, In regard to the restriction of the CSOs, the government of Uganda recognizes the value that the vital contribution of the civil societies in the country, the journalists and human rights defenders, and to the national development. They always have their space. National development, good governance, and accountability. Indeed, more than 50 civil society organizations were accredited to provide voter education and electoral observation. Regarding the suspension of the operating permits of some or specific civil society organization, the government wishes to clarify that this action was taken pursuant to existing national legislation, specifically the Non-Governmental Organization Act. The measures were informed by the regulations that we have in place and the security reports alleging activities that were inconsistent with the legal and the regulatory frameworks governing the civil society operation in the country. These actions were demonstrative and interim, intended to ensure competent authorities to investigate the allegations that were raised. On the alleged arrest of journalists and media workers, Your Excellency Chair, we have multiple media houses in Uganda, both digital and non-digital. Let me just give the figures. A total of 259 media entities, including 90 foreign media houses, 340 online journalists, 70 online platforms, and 61 television stations were actually accredited to cover the 2026 general elections. In addition, the Electoral Commission trained journalists in the objective and impartial reporting. The government is committed to upholding the rights and freedoms enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, to put in place the necessary institutional, legal, and policy measures to consolidate the human rights achieved so far. Your Excellency Chair, allow me to say that the details will be provided on the specific allegations raised in the urgent letter of appeal. You may recall, Your Excellency Chair, that we responded to allegations of the internet shutdown and the arrest of my sister, Dr. Birete Sarah, in the early submissions to the activities reports. There's one that came on 11th of this month, and the president was receiving his colleagues for his inauguration. So he couldn't, I don't think, maybe it could be on his desk, but he hasn't seen them. But I promise that you know that he has always written back and responded, and sometimes in person. So, Your Excellency, thank you for this opportunity. We are going to use the right channels to officially communicate back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Now the gives the
My delegation thanks the Special Rapporteur for her insightful and expansive report on activities undertaken during the intersessional period. The government of Lesotho recognizes that the respect for freedom of expression and access to information in all its forms is foundational to the enjoyment of all human rights and to the promotion of a well-functioning democracy. It is in this spirit that we welcome the development of the African guidelines on promoting and harnessing data access as a tool for advancing human rights and sustainable development in the digital age. This right is instrumental to fulfilling Aspiration 3 of the African Union 2063 Agenda, as, in fact, the protection and promotion of other human rights in implementing the 2063 Agenda are interrelated and mutually reinforcing. The freedom of expression, including access to information, is also critical in strengthening democracy and the rule of law. To this end, we are pleased to inform that Lesotho has taken concrete steps to enhance the conditions of freedom of opinion and expression through legislative reform. In 2018, Lesotho decriminalized defamation, marking a significant milestone in our commitment to freedom of press. Following this, in 2021, the government adopted a new media law to improve the legal framework to facilitate access to information. Further, there is in place a draft Computer Crime and Cybersecurity Bill of 2024. This bill provides for the designation and protection of critical information infrastructure. Mr. Chair, we hold the views of the Special Rapporteur on the call for member states to sign or ratify the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. We are pleased to inform that the government of Lesotho has signed the convention in November 2023 and is still in the process of completing its formal domestic ratification. In the same vein, we implore states to contribute to the development of all guidelines detailed in the Special Rapporteur's report, as this will strengthen the promotion and respect of freedom of opinion and expression, both online and offline in the African continent. Madam Special Rapporteur, our written comments and contributions on the guidelines will be transmitted to the Commission in the nearest future. We'd like to conclude, Mr. Chair, by reiterating our government's support to the mandate of the Special Rapporteur and wish to underscore our dedication to fostering an environment where everyone in the media fraternity can operate freely and safely, recognizing their invaluable contribution to our democracy and societal progress. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate. The Commission has taken due note of the information that you have shared with respect to measures that have been taken to favor the freedom of expression and freedom of information as well. At this juncture, I would like to suspend the consideration of the report. We would resume at 3:30, so we will go for lunch for an hour. The meeting stands temporarily adjourned.
Humanos e dos povos.
Bienvenue au Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيء.
Responsibility.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque le 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
As Africa embraces technological innovation, we must therefore ensure that emerging technologies remain guided by ethics, inclusion, and the protection of fundamental freedoms.
Together we must build a stronger, more responsive, and truly inclusive African human rights system that protects children's rights today for a prosperous Africa tomorrow.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
The heartbeat of a continent. One rhythm, one pulse, one Africa. We are not just the cradle of humanity, we are the guardians of its dignity. The African Charter is not a scroll of ink. It is the breath of our founding fathers and the shield of Africa's human rights. From the Cape to Cairo, let every border bend to justice. Let every nation sign the promise that no voice is silenced, no right is rationed, and no person is left behind. Ratify the dream, protect the people. Africa, rise for your rights.
I now have the distinct honor and pleasure of inviting the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Idrissa Sow, to deliver his statement. You have the floor, Chair.
En effet, la commission que j'ai l'honneur de présider demeure profondément préoccupée par la détérioration continue de la situation sécuritaire dans certaines régions du continent où les conflits armés, le terrorisme, les crises communautaires exposent les populations à des violations graves et massives de leurs droits et aux déplacements forcés. Il est tout simplement impossible d'ignorer la persistance de ces foyers de conflit qui compromettent gravement la jouissance des droits humains, en particulier les droits économiques et sociaux.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue au Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bi yore cëri doomu aadama ci Afrika.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
As Africa embraces technological innovation, we must therefore ensure that emerging technologies remain guided by ethics, inclusion, and the protection of fundamental freedoms.
Together we must build a stronger, more responsive and truly inclusive African human rights system that protects children's rights today for a prosperous Africa tomorrow.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
The heartbeat of a continent. One rhythm, one pulse, one Africa. We are not just the cradle of humanity, we are the guardians of its dignity. The African Charter is not a scroll of ink. It is the breath of our founding fathers and the shield of Africa's human rights. From the Cape to Cairo, let every border bend to justice. Let every nation sign the promise that no voice is silenced, no right is rationed, and no person is left behind. Ratify the dream, protect the people. Africa, rise for your rights.
I now have the distinct honor and pleasure of inviting the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Idrissa Sow, to deliver his statement. You have the floor, Chair.
En effet, la commission que j'ai l'honneur de présider demeure profondément préoccupée par la détérioration continue de la situation sécuritaire dans certaines régions du continent où les conflits armés, le terrorisme, les crises communautaires exposent les populations à des violations graves et massives de leurs droits et aux déplacements forcés. Il est tout simplement impossible d'ignorer la persistance de ces foyers de conflit qui compromettent gravement la jouissance des droits humains, en particulier les droits économiques et sociaux.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue au Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bi yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, the Commission is about to resume its deliberations. Please, may you be seated. So we're going to continue with item 6, which is activity reports of members of the Commission. Before the break, we started discussions following the presentation of the presentation of the report of Honorable Topsy Sono. I'd finished giving the floor to state parties. Well, anyway, I'd like to give the floor to Algeria. Thank you, Honorable Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners. The Algerian delegation would like to express high esteem to Madam Commissioner for her activity report and for the sustained efforts that she has been making to accomplish her mandate. And Algeria would like to express her unwavering support, and it's through transparency and accountability that we intervene systematically with all the reports received. During the prolongation of these constructive damages, Algeria would like to share their common method of work. Its common method strengthens the authority of the Commission and provides serious response by state parties. this will enable our discussions to be serious and provides for confidence and sustainable solutions. We share our mechanisms and like to elevate the standards of human rights on our continent for the benefit of our population. Honorable Chairperson, I'd like to seize the opportunity to renew its availability to work with the Madam Commissioner and all members of our Commission. It is through this serious dialogue that will continue together to advance the cause of human rights in Africa. Thank you very much. The Commission would like to thank you, a distinguished delegate from Nigeria. Any further requests for the floor by a state party? I don't see any, and I'm going to give the floor now to civil society organizations. International Service for Human Rights, you have the floor. Observer status number 53. International Service for Human Rights, observer status 53. They don't seem to be in the hall. Zimbabwean Lawyers for Human Rights, number 329. You have the floor, please. Madam, can you please remind us about the organization you're coming from? We can't hear, the microphone is not on.
As psychological abuse, sexual violence, surveillance, and restriction of fundamental freedoms, leading to a climate of intimidation and self-censorship, limiting defenders' ability to organize, document violation, or communicate securely. Freedom of expression is curtailed through censorship, intimidation, judicial harassment. Sahrawi journalists, bloggers, and citizen reporters face confiscation of cameras and phones, physical assault, and prosecution for online content. State-aligned media outlets regularly engage in smear campaign against defenders, portraying them as traitors or foreign agents, thereby legitimizing further repression. These patterns are further compounded by restriction on independent monitoring, such as the expulsion of international observers and limitation on access to the territory. Public meeting, training, and cultural events organized by Sahrawi activists are frequently banned or disrupt. Homes used for meeting are surrounded by police, and participants are subjected to identity check and intimidation. Human rights defenders engaging with regional and international mechanisms, including the African Commission, are particularly exposed to reprisal. These restrictions severely limit the ability of Sahrawi human rights defenders to organize collectively, share information, and exercise their fundamental rights. We urge the Commission to publicly condemn reprisals, intimidation, and harassment against Sahrawi human rights defenders and civil society actors, including those engaging with the African Commission and other international and regional mechanisms. Ensure systematic and sustained follow-up on cases and communication related to human rights violation in the occupied territories of the Sahrawi Republic, including during state reporting and promotional mission. Facilitate safe, accessible, and confidential channels for the Sahrawi civil society to engage with the Commission, including during public session and through protection-oriented mechanism. Initiate fact-finding mission to assess the situation of human rights defenders and civic space in the occupied territories of the Sahrawi Republic, including allegation of torture, reprisals, and restriction on freedom of expression and association. We also, and we note with regret, the cancellation of the events organized by International Service of Human Rights on the 12th of May, entitled Ending the Silence of Protecting of Human Rights Defenders in Western Sahara. This event that was sponsored by Frontline Defenders and AGOA and the Working Group on Human Rights in Occupied Western Sahara. And we want the Commission to reject any attempt to exert external pressure to undermine the independence of the Commission and its ability to hear from civil society in order to effectively carry out its work. We also reaffirm the Commission commitment we want to reaffirm the Commission commitment to protect civic space and human rights defenders across the continent. I thank you.
La Commission vous remercie. J'appelle à présent Zimbabwe Lawyers, numéro 3.
there's no sign of life for him. He was abducted on 24 June 2024 by armed men. On October 2024, they said this journalist was sent to the battlefront, where the investigation from RFF shows a different reality. And end of 2025 was detained and sequestrated and transferred to a makeshift prison in Ouagadougou. There's no information about him. We also, without any news, with Apio, who was abducted in July 2024, as well as Musa Saraba, a journalist with Feedinfo and administrator of Radio Omegas. In Niger, the situation is just as worrying. This country has experienced one of the sharpest drops in World Press Freedom Index. 5 journalists are currently being held in Niamey, officially on remand. 4 of them are being prosecuted under the cybercrime law, the abuses of which had been denounced by RSF when it was amended in 2024. In Mali, journalists are caught between the authorities and armed groups in an ever-deteriorating security situation. It is now impossible to publish not only articles critical of the Malian authorities, but also articles critical of the authorities in the Sahel countries without fearing legal prosecution. This is illustrated by the case of Yusuf Sissoko, editor-in-chief of the newspaper Alternance, who was sentenced to 2 years in prison after publishing an article critical of the Nigerian leader, Abdurrahman Tiani. At the same time, several journalists were kidnapped by armed groups. Saleh Mustafa Kone are still missing since 2023. In these countries, media suspensions and administrative restrictions are increasingly preventing any independent coverage of the regions. Correspondents for international media are now largely persona non grata. Self-censorship is on the rise. Access to independent information is increasingly becoming difficult for the silent population. Commissioners, based on all the above, RSF calls on you to urge the authorities in the Sahel countries to immediately put an end to arbitrary arrest, enforced disappearances, and acts of intimidation targeting journalists and media professionals. We also ask you to call on the authorities to release journalists detained because of their work and to fully investigate cases of disappearances. Finally, we ask you to urge the state in the region to ensure an environment conducive to the practice of free, independent, and pluralistic journalism without fear of judicial, administrative, or security reprisals. We await the response of the relevant authorities. Thank you for your attention to our communication. The Commission would like to thank you and has taken due note of your statement. And I'll give the floor to Association of Families of Prisoners, Observer number status 205, Sahrawi prisoners, Association of Families of Sahrawi Prisoners and Disappeared Persons. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, I can't hear the relay. The Sahrawi Democratic Republic, the founding members of the African Union. The mandate of the rapporteur covers all the peoples of Africa without exception. It specifically includes the Sahrawi people who are suffering from the scourges of Moroccan occupation, the last colony in Africa. No political consideration or decision can deprive cannot deprive Sahrawi. The special rapporteur applies to all the Sahrawi people who hold the right to self-determination recognized by the African Union and the United Nations in the occupied territories of Western Sahara. This territory is considered as an information black hole, according to Reporters Without Borders in its 2019 report. And the situation described there remains unchanged because Morocco continues to prevent Sahrawi journalists to carry out their job and activities. So there is a media blockade that completely isolating the region from the rest of the world. In the Western Sahara, there is harassment, there's censorship, there's control, and generally they're always imprisoned due to their political opinions. And this is very serious, and this is in line with the framework of an illegal policy condemned by everywhere. That seeks to shut up all the voices that express freedom and the independence of Sahara. So the Sahara people request the African Union, especially the Special Rapporteur, to take into account the Sahrawi as human beings, and like all other Africans, have to enjoy all the rights enshrined in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and we demand the respect for freedom of expression, peaceful assembly and association, integrate human rights situation in the occupied territories into all future reports, and especially by the African Mechanism on Freedom of Expression. It also needs to engage constructively with United Nations special procedures concerning journalists and media professions. We also need to conduct a visit to the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic as soon as possible, including the occupied territories, the liberated territories, and the Sawariji refugee camps, in order to thoroughly assess the reality on the ground. Madam Special Rapporteur, members of the Commission, journalists, media professionals, and human rights defenders are counting on you to ensure that their voices are not ignored, especially those who live under occupation. And it's a sacred duty for the Commission, and including the family of disappeared persons. And their families are ready to cooperate with the mechanism on freedom of expression. So I support what the chairperson of the Commission said, according to which the citizens have to enjoy their freedom and their rights. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm now allowed to bring an end to these discussions and return the floor to Honorable Commissioner Topsy Sono.
For having made their contributions. As regards the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, I'd like to invite them to make their representations to me and to my mechanism so that we can take up the matter. As regards Tanzania, I take note of the explanations that were given, as well as the public declarations, as I do for Uganda. I'd wish to thank the Republic of Lesotho for their contribution as well, and actively hope that they are going to make contributions to Resolution 620, 630, and 631. As regards Algeria, I'll take note of their response, as well as to the fact that they are going to reply to our letters of urgent appeal. As regards International Service for Human Rights, again, I'd urge that representative to make whatever observations she has to the special mandate, and so that we can take up the matter. as well as Zimbabwe lawyers, please get in touch with the mechanism with full details of all these violations of freedom of expression and access to information. I'd like to ask Reporters Sans Frontières as well to write to us to inform us of all these violations, as well as Association des familles de prisonniers et disparus as well. So please write to us with the full details of whatever you have stated. Thank you, Chair.
Merci beaucoup, honorable commissaire. Donc, la Commission vous donne acte de la présentation de votre rapport d'intercession.
Intercession report, and you have fully discharged your obligations based on Article 64 of our Rules of Procedure. Now, the last item on today's agenda is on the review of the report of the President of the Commission, of the Committee on the Protection of the Rights of People Living with HIV and those at risk. I'm now going to give the floor to Dr. Letha for her report. We have 1 hour for this exercise.
This is a combined report of the chairperson of the Committee on the Protection of People, Rights of People Living with HIV and AIDS, those at risk, vulnerable and affected by HIV in Africa, as well as country rapporteur for human rights situation in the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Republic of Gambia, the Republic of Sierra Leone, the State of Eritrea, and the Kingdom of Eswatini. Introduction. This report is submitted under Rules 25(3) and Rule 64 of the 2020 Rules of Procedure of the Commission, as well as Section 113D of the Standard Operating Procedures of the Special Mechanisms of the Commission. It provides an overview of the activities undertaken during the intersessional period between the 85th and 87th Ordinary Session of the Commission in my capacity as the chairperson of the Committee of Protection of Rights of People Living with HIV and AIDS in Africa, as well as country rapporteur for the states I've mentioned. The report is divided into 5 parts. Part 1 is the activities of the Committee on the Protection of the Rights of People Living with HIV and AIDS. Part 2 is country monitoring efforts in the countries that I'm country rapporteur. Part 3 is intersessional activities conducted in my capacity in various capacities in the Commission. Part 4 is recommendations, and Part 5 is the conclusion. Part 1 of my report. I start with my participation in the UN AIDS workshop on advocating HIV/AIDS response among most at-risk communities in Africa. During the reporting period in my capacity as the chair of this mandate, I participated and delivered an opening ceremony statement at the UN AIDS workshop on advancing the HIV response among most risk populations in Africa in the context of Backlash held from 3rd to 5th of November 2025 in Johannesburg, Republic of South Africa. In my address, I underscored the growing human rights challenges facing HIV/AIDS response in some parts in the continent, including resurgence of punitive laws, shrinking civil space, and targeted attacks key to vulnerable populations, among others. I also, for the first time, attended the National World AIDS Day commemoration in the Kingdom of Eswatini in person. This was on December 1, 2025, in my capacity both as the chair of this committee, but also as a country rapporteur for the Kingdom of Eswatini. This was held in Lolo region, where I delivered a statement on behalf of the Commission. The Kingdom of Eswatini was held under the global theme, Overcoming Disruption, Transforming the Aid Response, and Localized Theme. Eswatini Overcoming Disruptions was a very important timing because of the reduction of funding by, among others, the USAID funding, which has disrupted the work of HIV/AIDS across the continent. I had another meeting in November 2025 with regard to the HIV app that we have been promoting. This meeting was held with the Safaricom, who are internet provider and champions for IT-based tools. During this meeting, I had a meeting with the Safaricom team to lobby them to come on board in helping us develop this tool and to motivate them to be active in the development of the app. The other activity under HIV/AIDS was a meeting of the HIV/AIDS committee members that was held at the margins of the stake validation meeting of the draft study on mapping of indigenous populations in Africa, where we took the advantage of that meeting to bring the two committees together that had worked on the COVID-19 and HIV/AIDS study. During the meeting, they decided to conclude this study by finalizing the regions that are not brought their questionnaires to be able to complete the remaining chapters of this study. In particular, these regions were West Africa, who we are happy to say they have now brought their minimum tools for the study, Central Africa and Southern Africa. This will make it possible for us to bring this study to completion and launch it in the October session. My role under Part 2 is that of a country rapporteur of Egypt, the Gambia, Sierra Leone, Eritrea, and Eswatini, and I'll start with Egypt. I wrote a letter of urgent appeal regarding the situation of Sudanese nationals and refugees in the Republic of Egypt and the death in detention of Mr. Mubarak Kwama al-Din Abu Hawa. During the reporting period, in my capacity as country rapporteur of Egypt, jointly with the Special Rapporteur on Asylum Seekers, Internally Displaced Persons, and Migrants, we issued this letter on 11th of February 2026, addressed to His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi concerning the situation of Sudanese nationals and refugees in Egypt. In the letter, we conveyed concerns regarding alleged security operations targeting Sudanese nationals and refugees, including arrests, detentions, and accelerated removal procedures reportedly carried out without adequate procedural safeguards, as well as humanitarian and protection risks faced by affected individuals. I would like to now look at the positive work that I was able to accomplish with regard to Egypt. And the first one is I received a report from the Committee of Justice on May 5th, 2026, indicating several positive developments in the human rights landscape in the Republic of Egypt, while also highlighting areas of concern that needed improvement. Among the positive developments recorded was the release of 62 political detainees within a short period. A journalist, Mohammed, otherwise called Oxygen, was also released after years of detention based on multiple cases. The other positive outcome of the Republic of Egypt during this period was the submission of a report on implementation of the National Human Rights Strategy of the Arab Republic of Egypt. The government has, through the Technical Secretariat of the Supreme Standing Committee for Human Rights, submitted hard copies of the National Human Rights Strategy Implementation Report to the Commission. At the same time, the Republic of Egypt also concluded their report under Article 62 of the Charter. The second country that I would like to focus on is the Republic of the Gambia. On the 2nd of April 2026, in my capacity as a country rapporteur, I issued a press statement expressing concern over the arrest of Mr. Osmanu Bojang and Ms. Ami Bojang following their acquittal and discharge by the High Court in connection with the 2023 Sukuta Jabeng police shooting incident, the protests that followed their rearrest, and the response of law enforcement authorities to the protests. In the statement, I called the Gambian obligation under the African Charter, particularly with respect to the rights to liberty, fair trial, and freedom of assembly, and underscored concerns regarding legal certainty, respect for judicial decisions, and the proportionality of the use of force, including reported use of tear gas to disperse demonstrators. In the same space, on 30th of April 2026, in my capacity as the country rapporteur, jointly with the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa, we sent a letter of commendation to His Excellency President Adama Barrow, the President of the Republic of the Gambia. The letter commends the government of the Republic of the Gambia for the launch of the National Misinformation and Disinformation Response Center on 25th of April 2026, recognizing the initiative as a timely and important measure to address the growing spread of misinformation and disinformation and their diverse impact on democratic process, public trust, and enjoyment of human rights. I also, during the same period, recognized the appointment of a special rapporteur, special prosecutor, as part of the process of setting up the Special Prosecutor's Office for the Special Tribunal for the Gambia. During the reporting period in my capacity, again as a country rapporteur, I noted a positive human rights development through the formal appointment of Mr. Martin Hackett as the Special Prosecutor for the Special Tribunal of the Republic of the Gambia, as communicated by the Ministry of Justice. The appointment is a significant step towards strengthening prosecutional independence and capacity in the implementation of the TRRC recommendations. Coming now to the Republic of Sierra Leone. During the reporting period on 19th of April 2026, in my capacity as the country rapporteur of the human situation in the Republic of Sierra Leone, I received and reviewed a report alleging constitutional crisis and raising concerns about an alleged pattern of execution consolidation reflected in 4 interconnected developments. The first one was the adoption of a constitutional amendment, proposals including amendment to the Constitution of Sierra Leone 1991, Act number 6 of 1991, presented as an agreement for national unity, allegedly concentrating executive appointment powers and reducing institutional independence, reportedly undertaken without broad consultation and without inclusion of political dialogue and national political consensus. There was also, number 2, an introduction in Parliament on 26th of March 2026 of the National Security and Central Intelligence Bill, which included the submission, and which was in the submission included provision with potential implication for constitutional safeguards, privacy, and freedom of expression and association. There was also a reappointment of a chairperson of the Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone, which report alleges that was carried out without transparent and competitive process as envisaged under the Constitution and the Public Elections Act 2012, and also a political party parliamentary motion tabled on the 31st of March 2026, allegedly targeting the National Election Watch, a leading domestic election observation organization, among others. And finally, the Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone declared results. It has been submitted that the NEW has observed the election of Sierra Leone since 2002, but this is the same time, this is first time in 24 years it has faced parliamentary investigation. In the state of Eritrea, as a country rapporteur for human rights in the situation in the state of Eritrea, I commended the government for the release of several Jehovah's Witnesses who had been thrown into prison. The government demonstrated commitment to fulfill its periodic reporting obligation under Article 62 of the African Charter and continued engagements with the Commission. However, I continue to call upon the government to release the remaining Jehovah's Witnesses, estimated to be 64 in total, who allegedly still held in detention without charge, trial, or determined sentence in various facilities in the country. I called upon the government to guarantee the enjoyment of rights guaranteed by the African Charter, particularly Article 8, which states that freedom of conscience, the profession, and free practice of religion shall be guaranteed. Coming back to the fourth country, Kingdom of Eswatini, I had already mentioned that, the fifth country, and already mentioned that I participated in the commemoration of the National AIDS Day on December 1, 2025 in the Kingdom of Eswatini, and proposed that every year this commemoration is extended to different countries, particularly in the SADC region that are carrying the highest burden of the HIV/AIDS disease in the continent. The other initiative to the Kingdom of Eswatini on May 2026, 8th May, in my capacity as a country rapporteur of the Kingdom of Eswatini, I sent a congratulatory letter to His Majesty King Mswati III for marking 40 years anniversary in reign, and which was being celebrated and is still being celebrated. Part 3 is the intersectional activities that I conducted in this. I would like to start by going back to a report that, my previous report on indigenous people, where I mentioned that there was a mission that should have been in that report, but happens to be in this report. So I would like to start with that mission. This was my participation in my capacity as the chair of Indigenous Populations and Minorities in Africa. I participated in the International Conference on Communities Discriminated on Work and Descent, and was held between 15th and 16th of December in Niamey, the Republic of Niger. In the opening ceremony, I delivered a statement and emphasized the persistent and systemic nature of discrimination rooted in work and descent, including hereditary slavery, caste-based exclusion, and barriers to access to justice. I record these practices are in direct violation of the African Charter, and particularly in provision of equality, non-discrimination, dignity, and the right for one to be heard. In a field trip that we were taken 70 kilometers north of Niger, we witnessed a community that had been isolated by everybody, was staying in an area where there was no water, there was no social services, and there was only one water hole which had been dug by an NGO called Timidria. This was very heartbreaking for us, those of us who went in the delegation. We had several partners, and I would like to acknowledge the work they did. We had Timidria itself is a host NGO in the country. We had GFORD, who are people working with communities discriminated by work and descent, and we had Doctors Without Frontiers from Canada. Coming back to the HIV and AIDS report, I'd like to start by mentioning that I participated in a meeting of ministers responsible for child protection in ECOWAS on behalf of the Commission, and read the statement of His Excellency, the Chair of the AU Commission, Mr. Mohamed Yusuf, Ali Yusuf, at the ministerial meeting which was held here in the Gambia. I then participated in a regional consultation for Francophonie, civil society organizations, and activists with the rapporteur for human rights defenders, and they had asked me to tackle a very difficult project, and that was to compare the CEDAW, the Convention on All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and the Maputo Protocol, and I was happy to be able to play that role, and also to do some mentoring of young activists during that meeting. As part of the program, I delivered the analysis on how the two women instruments are related. CEDAW is global and Maputo is regional, and this was the role that I played in that meeting. I also participated in the 39th ordinary session of the Commission, which was virtual, and it was held between 8th and 13 December 2025, under the leadership of the chairperson, Honorable Commissioner Idrissa Sow. I participated in the joint fact-finding mission in the situation of human rights in the Republic of Sudan, which was carried in Chad under the leadership of Commissioner Hatem, the Vice Chair, who is the chair of the fact-finding mission, and this mission was held between 19 and 23rd of January 2026 in Chad. The mission was undertaken pursuant to a mandate conferred to the African Union Peace and Security Council and relevant to ACHPR resolution, and aimed to assess the human situation of Sudanese refugees and conflict-affected populations displaced by the ongoing conflict in Sudan. The field visit to the Republic of Chad was followed by a meeting of the fact-finding mission team held on 2nd of May 2026 to review the draft report containing findings from the field visit. I also attended the African Union February Summit as part of the Commission delegation, and this was held between 11 and 12 February 2026, during which I was also due for re-election, and I managed. I participated also in the 86th ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. This was held between 23rd February and 9th March 2026. This was a virtual meeting of the Commission. The chairperson and I sent a letter of commendation to the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for the adoption of the United Nations General Assembly on the 25th of March 2026 of a landmark resolution recognizing the transatlantic slave trade and the enslavement of Africans as the gravest crime against humanity. This I did in my capacity as a focal point of last year's AU theme of the year 2025, that was justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. I participated in a panel discussions on the role of regional mechanisms in realizing right to development during the 13th session of the UN Expert Mechanism on the Right to Development in New York. I covered this in my previous report. This was held on the 22nd of April 2026 at the United Nations headquarters. And lastly, I participated in the Continental Forum on Extractive Industries, Business and Human Rights and Environment, which I also captured during the previous report. And during that meeting, as I said, which was held between 5th and 6th of May 2026 in Dakar, I was able to chair one of the sessions. That takes me to the part 5, that is recommendation. I've made a couple of recommendations, but Chairperson, allow me to highlight the recommendations that I've made to the 5 countries that I am a rapporteur to. The first recommendation that I will pull out from the list is the one to Kingdom of Eswatini, which urges them, and this was on the World AIDS Day. It urges them to continue with their commendable efforts in adopting and sustaining human rights-based approach to HIV/AIDS response, including by protecting the rights of people living with HIV, key and vulnerable people. I also would like to pull the recommendation, second recommendation to the Kingdom of Eswatini, to encourage them to refrain from adoption or endorsement of laws, policies, and practices that criminalize or marginalize vulnerable populations, restrictive civic space, and undermine the work of human rights defenders, journalists, and civil society organizations. The second set of recommendations that I would like to pick up is for the Republic of the Gambia, is to urge the Republic of the Gambia to guarantee the rights to freedom of expression, association, peaceful assembly, liberty, fair trial, and due process, including by ensuring that law enforcement responses to public demonstrations are lawful, necessary, and proportionate. To the government of Sierra Leone is to encourage them to strengthen judicial independence, constitutionalism, democratic governance, and electoral integrity, including through transparent and inclusive national dialogue and consultative process on constitutional and governance reforms. To the Republic of the Arab Republic of Egypt is to ensure the protection of refugees from Sudan, the Chad, Sudan, and asylum seekers, migrants, and displaced persons in accordance with the Charter, the AU Convention concerning the specific aspects of refugees in Africa, and other applicable international human rights, humanitarian law standards, including including the principle of non-refoulement. To the government of Eritrea is to encourage them to continue taking positive steps towards protection of freedom of religion and belief, including by releasing all the remaining Jehovah's Witnesses allegedly detained without charge, trial, or determinate sentence on account of their religious beliefs or practices. And lastly, the last is the second recommendation to the Gambia, is to encourage them to continue strengthening transitional justice, accountability, and reparatory justice processes, including through the effective implementation of recommendations of the Truth, Reconciliation, and Reparations Commission, TRRC, and other accountability measures. To civil society and international institutions, we encourage them to continue monitoring, documenting, and reporting on human rights developments while strengthening constructive engagement with states and regional mechanisms. Lastly, we encourage all stakeholders to strengthen collaboration, solidarity, and information sharing in order to advance the promotion and protection of human rights of people across the continent. In conclusion, Chairperson, the activities that I have undertaken during the present intersessional period and other human rights related developments observed including reports achieved during the same period, demonstrate the continued importance of the Commission's protection and promotion mandate in responding to evolving human rights challenges and opportunities across the continent. I wish to reaffirm my commitment in my capacity as the chairperson of the Committee on the Protection of People Living with HIV and AIDS in Africa, and also the Committee for Protection of People of Indigenous People and Minorities in Africa, that I'll continue to be at their disposal. I extend my appreciation to the chairperson of the Commission, other commissioners, fellow colleagues, secretariat staff, member states, civil society, national human rights institutions, and our collaborators in the United Nations for their contribution to the work that we did in the last period. I would like to thank you all for your attention and submit, Chair.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Lita, pour la bonne présentation de ce.
For this presentation. Thank you for your report. Allow me, before I open the floor, to correct one thing. I had said it was the last item on the agenda, but this is not the case. We will have another report from the Special Rapporteur on prisons. So let me open the floor. We will begin with the state parties. We have South Africa on the list. Please go ahead.
We note the activities of the Committee on the Protection of the Rights of the People Living with HIV and AIDS and those at risk, vulnerable to, and affected by HIV and AIDS in Africa, undertaken during the intercession period, and the human rights development observed. We join the call for states to strengthen the implementation of their obligations under the Charter as recommended in the report. The report encourages states to continue with the efforts in adopting and sustaining human rights-based approaches to the HIV responses. We appreciate that, Chair. The call for states to refrain from the adoption of enforcement of laws or practices that criminalizes the civic space or undermine the civic society organizations that fights for the rights of people living with HIV and AIDS is underscored. Chairperson, South Africa remains committed to the protection and promotion of the rights of people living with HIV and AIDS through a strong human rights and public health approach. Our Constitution remains the foundation of this commitment. Section 27 guarantees everyone the right to access health services, while Section 9 protects equality and prohibits unfair discrimination, including against the people living with HIV and AIDS. Section 10 further guarantees the rights to human dignity. These constitutional protections are supported by key legislation, including National Health Act of 2003, Employment Equity Act of 1998, and the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act of 2000. My delegation chair is pleased to report that during the reporting period, the government of the Republic of South Africa allocated an amount of 26 billion for the 2026-2027 financial year to provinces to strengthen the national HIV and AIDS program, including the provision of antiretroviral treatment and the prevention of mother-to-child transmission. This demonstrates South Africa's commitment in ensuring access to health care for all as enshrined in our Constitution. South Africa also announced the rollout of lenacapavir, a groundbreaking 6-monthly HIV prevention injection, making an important step in accelerating the fight against HIV and AIDS. The first batch of doses of the lenacapavir arrived in South Africa in early April 2026. Through the continued investment in healthcare, prevention, and social protection, South Africa remains committed to ensuring dignity, equality, and access to quality healthcare for all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, South Africa. Lesotho has the floor.
Expresses its appreciation for the presentation of the report of the chairperson of the Committee on the Protection of the Rights of Persons, of people living with HIV and AIDS, and those at risk, vulnerable and affected by HIV and AIDS in Africa. We commend the chairperson for the promotional activities undertaken during the reporting period. As rightfully alluded to in the report, indeed, HIV is a human rights issue and remains a serious concern and is rooted in stigma, gender inequalities, and economic insecurities across the life cycle. The government has undertaken robust measures to address HIV and AIDS in Lesotho. It collaborates with the National AIDS Commission, which provides strategic leadership and governance to ensure that Lesotho does not lose the gains of the past, but also expand them to ensure sustainable future. To achieve the best results, the government scaled up the national response to the HIV and AIDS pandemics by reviewing the 2019 National HIV and AIDS policy. The Ministry of Health developed the National HIV and AIDS Strategic Plan 2018-2019 to 2022 to 2023 to implement the policy and build an enabling environment to reach the targets. Moreover, this strategic plan has a specific youth component on part of its behavioral change strategy. This has led to a variety of HIV awareness campaigns aimed at 15 to 24-year-olds across the country. For example, the Kick for Life campaign, which uses football to bring HIV prevention messages to young people, has enabled more than 100,000 participants to access health education and life skills activities, and connected 2,000 young people to HIV testing. Additionally, from October 2024, to strengthen the healthcare system, USAID is supporting the Ministry of Health with $24 million for a period of 5 years. This adds to efforts addressing pressing health challenges with a focus on HIV and AIDS prevention. Mr. Chair, Lesotho continues to face one of the highest HIV burden globally, with an adult prevalence of 17.1%. Despite this, the country has demonstrated exceptional leadership, ranking among the select groups of nations that have surpassed the global 95 target by achieving 97, 99 respectively. This achievement reflects strong treatment coverage and viral suppression, which have helped reduce transmission and AIDS-related mortality. While this is celebrated, Lesotho recognizes the negative impacts COVID-19 has had on the HIV response in Lesotho over the past 5 years. As a result, a significant prevention gap remains. We once again thank the chairperson of the committee for the insightful report and welcomes the recommendations as reflected in the report. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour...
Thank you very much for your statement. The floor is now to Algeria. Chair, thank you. Honorable Commissioners, my delegation would like to commend the Honorable Commissioner Dr. Lita for the exhaustive presentation of her activity report. We commend her constant commitment in promoting the rights of people living with HIV/AIDS and the promotion of human and people's rights on the continent. Algeria is committed to the African Charter and takes this opportunity to share our national strategy with themes related to the committee's work. First of all, there's drastic reduction in international funding in 2024 and 2025. So Algeria had to take advantage of its sovereignty. 95% of our response to HIV/AIDS is from the state budget. We have the finance law of 2026 ensures that there is antiretrovirals available for our population. Secondly, Algeria has a strategic plan for 2024 to 2028, which includes HIV/AIDS as a health emergency for that period. We working particularly with regard to mother and child transmission prevention and coverage for hepatitis B sufferers. We have obtained WHO certification for elimination of vertical transmission of HIV/AIDS. We have a law on a law which prohibits discrimination based on health conditions and guarantees unconditional access to healthcare for all those who are ill. It protects the dignity of those suffering with HIV/AIDS, and this covers also refugee populations on our soil and ensures that gender-based violence is not encouraged and those suffering from it receive appropriate support and care. We have an operational phase for the digital service, which is a one-stop shop for health care services, and we have a health care card, which we have implemented in the country to ensure that health is available at whatever point in the country that one is living. We were happy to receive the Commissioner in our country, and we are confident that the work that we are doing will contribute to reducing the health burden on the African continent all in all. Thank you very much for sharing your information in terms of your HIV/AIDS strategy in your country as well as that of other illnesses. So thank you so much. Let's give the floor back to Honorable Dr. Lita to respond to any issues raised and to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me back the floor. I just would like to take this opportunity to thank the 3 member states that have taken the floor: the Republic of South Africa, the Republic of Lesotho, and the Republic of Algeria. We welcome, first of all, we are very pleased with the comments that the Republic of South Africa has made on the way the law, their constitution has located the issues of women's health, equality, dignity, and how these have been translated into laws and policies, which are now being implemented. And the fact that a budget has been allocated for this period, despite the challenges that member states are facing due to the cutback of support, particularly the close of USAID and that shrinking of international resources. So we want to thank you and congratulate you for maintaining the space and the budget for health, and to also congratulate you for launching the Lena Kapapil, which I also would like to acknowledge the Kingdom of Eswatini also launched on the National AIDS Day last year. So this means that there is traction in the region in terms of protecting people living with HIV and AIDS, and there is also investment in health in the area of protection. And so I'd like to just say that we are happy to continue working with you, and that the next International AIDS Day will be celebrated in the country. That is number 2 on the preference list. Last year, we went to Eswatini because Eswatini was number 1 on the preference list. This year, I think we'll check, it will be between Botswana, Lesotho, and South Africa, where we shall be able to participate in the International AIDS Day. And that is the way we plan to continue creating awareness that the work COVID did in eclipsing issues like HIV and AIDS need to be fast-tracked. So I want to thank you and to assure you of our commitment to work with you. With the Lesotho, we appreciate your intervention and take note of what the government has done in terms of scaling up the rolling up of HIV and AIDS awareness, and how the government is working closely with the National AIDS Council. We acknowledge the work you're doing with the youth, particularly the campaign to reduce infections and increasing also HIV and AIDS testing. We also are very impressed that you are able to get money from USAID when it is closing down. So we really would like to congratulate you for this support, and to say that 17.1 preference is still very high, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We congratulate you for surpassing the UNAIDS targets very well, but to say this is not the end. The idea is to make sure that by 2030, countries are able to halt the spread of HIV/AIDS in our continent. So you are on the right track. You do acknowledge something that we have been advocating for, and that is the negative effect of COVID-19 on the HIV/AIDS prevention. We witnessed a gap, and we called it eclipsing of HIV/AIDS by COVID-19. And in fact, the study that I talked about that is we are about to finalize is looking at what happened during that period, during COVID, and what that meant in terms of HIV and AIDS spreading. So we are thinking in the same way, and we thank you for your views, and we will certainly share the study with all member states and us also with you. We thank Algeria for the work that they are doing. Thank you for the kind words, and also for sharing with us what Algeria is doing. It is very important when a country like Algeria stands up and talks about people living with HIV and AIDS in its country. It's not very common, and we want to thank you for being brave and for telling us there are people in your country and that you are targeting them and that you are providing services for them and that you are passing laws to protect them, that you are giving them dignified service, and that you are committed. And we can assure you that we are going to work with you, and I welcome the invitation that you have extended, because I think it is very good to show best practices in regions. And I think you stand a chance of providing a best practice in the Northern African region on what you are doing in working with people living with HIV and AIDS. Chair, I think those were my only 3 interventions. I want to thank the member states once again, and I would like to yield back the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner. The Commission would like to commend you and takes note of your report of activity during the intersession in accordance with Article 4 of our Rules of Procedure. So now, let me invite the Special Rapporteur on prisons, conditions of detention and policing in Africa, Honorable Commissioner Manuela, to present her report. We have 1 hour for this exercise.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. A very good afternoon to all. I hope you can follow me with the interpretation. May I proceed? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, once again. I have now the task of presenting the report of activities carried out during the period under review, and I do it under the terms of Article 25(3) and 64 of the 2020 Rules of Procedure of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And the period goes from the 85th to the 87th ordinary sessions and is in accordance with the objectives set out in the execution matrix of the annual work plan derived from the 2026-2028 strategic plan. This mandate is grounded primarily in Article 6 of the African Charter, which provides that every individual shall have the right to liberty and the security of his person. No one may be deprived of his freedom except for reasons and conditions previously laid down by law, and subsidiarily is connected to Articles 4 and 5, as well as Article 7 of the African Charter. The report addresses the situation of prisons, conditions of detention, and policing in Africa, in line with the mandate entrusted to my mechanism. It goes in the sense of assessing the state of prisons and detention conditions and make recommendations for their improvement. It also advocates for compliance with international and regional human rights norms relating to persons deprived of liberty. Being this mechanism comprised to police, it also undertakes relevant studies with the policing, identifying best practices, and make measures to ensure that police and human rights issues are reflected in the Commission's mandate. Also, to disseminate guidelines pertaining to the specific element, which is police action. I present this report in my dual capacity as a member of the African Commission, a special rapporteur on prison. I'm also a member of the working group on death penalty and a member of the working group on communications, as well as the committee against torture. I also have activities as a country rapporteur for 5 countries, namely Cabo Verde, Guinea-Bissau, Equatorial Guinea, Mozambique, and São Tomé and Príncipe. Therefore, the report will reflect the areas which I outlined concretely, the situation of human rights in the countries under my rapporteurship, and I'm also going to address issues regarding the study on prisons and recommendations. As a member of the Commission, I took part in the 39th extraordinary session of the Commission, which deliberated on several matters as per the final communique, which can be accessed in the Commission's website. This session also deliberated on communications adopted and as well as the 58 and 59 combined reports of its activity to be presented to the Assembly of Heads of State and Government. The final communique can also be consulted in the CHPR's website. I took part also in the 86th ordinary session from February to March on issues with particular emphasis to communications pending before the Commission, as well as concluding observations of periodic reports on the Republic of Tunisia and the Arab Republic of Egypt, as well as the report of the promotion mission carried out in Burundi. It also took note of several documents, including the report of joint fact-finding mission on human rights situation in Sudan conducted in Chad, as it was stated by the chair of this group. In the very same session, I also took part in the meeting of the Working Group of Communications, and on the 24th and 25th of November 2025, in my capacity as Commissioner, a resident in the Republic of Angola, represented the CHPR in the 7th AU-EU Summit in Luanda, which had two segments: the summit between the AU, EU, and secondly, an African Union reform meeting. A detailed report was submitted to the ACHPR. I also took part to the promotion mission to the Republic of Zimbabwe from the 30th of March to the 2nd of April, the mission which was led by Honorable Commissioner Janet Ramatoulaye Salanjai, and also Honorable Commissioner Selma Sassi Safer, which followed a program which was developed and was considered overall as a success. The delegation was received by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, by the Speaker of Parliament, His Excellent Advocate Jacob Nzimabilo Mudenda, as well as other high-ranking dignitaries with whom we held fruitful exchanges. Also, we were able to engage in the judiciary with the Prosecutor General of the Republic, Dr. Joyce Matanda Moyo. We had productive meetings with various commissions and visited two correctional facilities, one which was the Marondera Female Open Prison and the Harare Central Prison. Further details in this regard are contained in the report of the head of delegation. Regarding letters of concern, in my capacity, two letters were sent. The first in December to the Republic of Cameroon, together with Commissioner Remigo Lumbu, on the death of Mr. Ekan Anisset in one of the country's detention centers. The second letter, co-signed with Commissioner Selma Sassi, was sent to Mozambique concerning the storms and floods that affected the country, resulting in a high number of internally displaced persons, particularly children. Numerous people were severely affected, having lost all their possessions and being accommodated in temporary centers. The Commission also acknowledged in the very same letter the efforts undertaken by the Mozambican government and recalled the importance of applying the resolution 417 on human rights-based responses to natural disasters in Africa. In February 2026, I also sent a letter of concern to the Republic of Mozambique regarding allegations of human rights violations committed against civilians, more specifically against Mr. Carlitos Kadange, a journalist from the private television station STV on 4th February 2026. Also, in February, I sent a letter of concern to the Republic of Burundi regarding allegations of arbitrary detention of Mr. Nduyamana Kenny Claude, who is at the Mpimba Central Prison since 2023, and highlight that he had already been tried and convicted by the crimes that he was repeatedly arrested. In April 2026, together with Commissioner Lumbu and Commissioner Topsy Sono, we sent a letter of concern to the Republic of Guinea-Bissau concerning the killing of Mr. Vigário Luís Balanta, president of the Pó de Terra movement, whose body was found on 31st of March in the rice fields of Ndamlero. It's May 2026, together with Commissioner Selma Sassi Safer, we sent a letter of urgent appeal to the Republic of Equatorial Guinea concerning reports that nationals of various African and non-African countries are being expelled from the United States of America pursuant to bilateral agreements relating to the transfer of third country nationals, were being transferred to the Equatorial Guinea and remained detained in Malabo under conditions raising serious human rights and security concerns. On all these letters, we have not received responses. Regarding the work on the several mechanisms, I mentioned my participation in the meetings on the working group on communications. Regarding the other two mechanisms, I was unable to participate actively due to other overlapping activities. During the 85th ordinary session, as Special Rapporteur on Prisons, I held bilateral and multilateral meetings with various partners of the mechanism in order to assess the updates regarding prisons, condition of detention, and policing, as well as renewing our partnership. And we have identified new partners with whom we began a new partnership. I'm also going to address general issues regarding to prisons in Africa. Mainly in our continent, most of the countries face serious prison overcrowding challenges due to a number of factors, including aging prison infrastructure originally designed to accommodate limited number of inmates, which no longer are adequate in light of the continent's growing population. The socioeconomic conditions that still criminalize petty offenses, thereby increasing the number of persons entering the prison system, limited access to legal aid for indigent detainees and prisoners who are unable to afford legal representation, thereby undermining effective access to justice, insufficient human resources within the judicial system, resulting in delays and the accumulation of criminal cases, as well as the inadequate budgetary allocations, which constrain the construction, expansion, and modernization of prison facilities. Another important aspect that deserves emphasis is the shortage of personnel within correctional services across many countries, resulting in an inadequate ratio between the number of prisoners and correctional officers. This challenge must continue to be addressed through sustained efforts that I know are underway to the admission of prison personnel grounding in respect for human rights and the dignity of persons deprived of liberty, taking into account the African Union theme of the year, ensuring sustainable availability of safe management of water and sanitation for the achievement of the Agenda 2063. My mechanism has continued to advocate with state parties and civil society actors to address the inadequate sanitation in prison facilities, as well as the lack of access to safe and sufficient water, and the consequences this has on the lives and health of prisoners. The same advocacy has been done regarding climate change that affect disproportionately detainees that are under the responsibility of the government. In all interventions of the CHPR, we suggest that the detainees be included in the group of vulnerable groups in order to be accorded protection during the monitoring of the civil society. We must also highlight that countries for a long period have not been granting authorization for the mechanism to conduct thematic supervision in situ in order to understand the situations on the ground in each facility and perhaps propose the vision of the ACHPR in accordance with its mandate. We know that the Commission is not going to solve all the issues, but is going to propose and provide good practice or best practice from the continent. Regarding the study on prisons, I would like to provide an update. After a coordination meeting with the executive secretary and addressing technical challenges that hindered the progress, we were able to advance under the Addis Ababa roadmap. A consultation meeting was held with the OHCHR team led by Mr. Marcel Akpovu to discuss issues relating to the cooperation. Following extensive internal consultations, a call was issued to invite interested parties to support the study on prisons, which culminated with the establishment of the implementation committee to formalize the effective and accountable participation of partners in the study. This marks a critical phase that concludes the second stage of the study in accordance with the adopted implementation schedule, and meetings are underway. The last was held yesterday in the evening. While understanding the delays, but once the technical administrative issues are resolved, we'll be able to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding policing in Africa, at the continental level, a number of challenges continue to arise in relation to policing activities. In this room and in sessions of this nature, it's frequent to hear reports of the use of excessive force as well as disregard for the rights of journalists, researchers, political opposition in some of our countries. There are also associated crimes in which the use of firearms or that are not identified its perpetrators, in others implicating the lack of urgent and impartial investigation by the authorities. Forced disappearance is also a logical consequence followed and aggravated by the impunity regarding the perpetrators when located. On the other hand, we also watch the resurgence of xenophobic incidents in South Africa, an African country directed against fellow African nationals in the context of the so-called Operation Dudula, in which law enforcement agencies have been reportedly played a central role in repression. Nevertheless, we also witness positive efforts by several states in the recruitment and training of law enforcement officials in the respect and protection of fundamental rights, and as a consequence, human rights. To such efforts were commendable. We salute so that others can also adopt similar good practices. As country rapporteur, I would like to highlight the activities carried out as well as information that I received. For Cabo Verde, although there's been constructive engagement with the National Commission on Human Rights and Citizenship, including its capacity as national preventive mechanism, we don't have any relevant data to share for this period. Guinea-Bissau has recently experienced a period of political tension arising from the irregular change of government linked to the non-conclusion of the electoral process. As indicated earlier, a letter of concern was transmitted regarding the situation. We continue to closely monitor developments as the elections are scheduled for December this year, and we hope the conditions will be established to ensure a peaceful, transparent, and credible electoral process, culminating in the democratic election of representatives of the people of Guinea-Bissau. Collaboration with the National Human Rights Commission remains ongoing, and we hope to receive their report in due course. We note that the country is currently drafting its report on the situation of human rights, and we hope that they can move from the gray list that was presented yesterday as a country that never submitted a periodic report to the Commission. Regarding Equatorial Guinea, is a country with minimal engagement with the Commission. Nevertheless, I continue to closely monitor the human rights situation in the country. In this regard, I took note of the official transfer of the capital of Equatorial Guinea from Malabo to Ciudad de La Paz, effective from January 2026. I also followed with concern reports and public reactions from segments of the Equatorial Guinea society regarding the government decision of receiving non-African national detainees and forcibly transferred from the USA under arrangements whose terms and conditions remain unclear, thereby creating uncertainty. In this framework, currently there are 29 detainees, 9 of which should be repatriated to respective countries where serious concerns remain regarding the protection to their life and human rights. It is a situation that we continue to monitor. For Mozambique, attacks to populations in Cabo Delgado, Niassa, and Nampula by non-state armed groups created the displacement of people. That's 92 deaths were registered. People were abducted in Niassa and Nampula up to November of last year. Such attacks affect directly the efforts regarding health, education, and the plan of development for that region. We already made reference the issue on the attacks to the journalist Carlitos Kandange and his son, and that this was linked to the fact that the journalist was investigating and documenting illegal activities linked to mining and revealing the names of people linked to such crime, and we have not received a response to the letter sent to Mozambique. The country was also notified about the deterioration of conditions of detention facilities, including the Chihango police station, located near the Costa do Sol toll office in Maputo province, where foreign nationals were reportedly detained at the time, and reports indicated poor sanitation conditions, including overflowing septic pits and insufficient access to water, which constitutes a torture. We know that the country was among the countries most severely affected by heavy rains and flooding in southern Africa. In this period, several people lost their infrastructure, cultivation fields, and women and children, including older persons, were disproportionately affected by the crisis. However, we have taken note of the efforts undertaken by the government in support of the humanitarian situation. Regarding São Tomé and Príncipe, is one of the countries that has never submitted reports under Article 62 of the African Charter. However, efforts are underway to overcome this situation. But for that, we count with the support of the government. However, we follow with concern the dismissal of the Speaker of Parliament and the whole situation. We hope that the country has found the best situation to respect the democratic principles which guides São Tomé and Príncipe. I go now to some general recommendations and conclusions. Honorable Chair, we reiterated recommendations forwarded in previous reports regarding the issue of a open and standing authorization for the Commission to undertake prison visits, to encourage state parties to strengthen cooperation with the mechanism by sharing updated data on prison populations, and we always respecting the limits and confidentiality by following the Kampala Convention. We encourage states that have received asylum seekers to provide more information on such data and allow access to the facilities, as they are usually in a closed manner, and encourage states to actively participate in the study by collaborating and authorizing duly accredited partners to support data collection efforts for the successful completion of the study. To promote the exchange of best practices in prison administration and management at continental level by implementing the 1999 Arusha Declaration on Good Prison Practices. Call upon states to make greater use of alternatives to detention as proposed by the Declaration of Kadoma of 1997, and classify detainees as a vulnerable group so that measures can be taken regarding safe drinking water in sufficient quantity, adequate sanitation and hygiene conditions in prison facilities. Continue to encourage partners organizing seminars on prison infrastructure to extend such initiatives to Portuguese-speaking African countries so that all African countries can be at the same level regarding such issues. Regarding the police, we call upon state parties to authorize the strengthening of training programs for law enforcement officials with the aim of approaching the law enforcement in respecting human rights and ensuring public order, safety, and security. Encourage state parties to consider the establishment of strengthening independent external oversight mechanisms to allow for investigation of misconduct. Also encourage states to ensure that police institutions remain Republican, professional, and promote human rights where third parties usually violate or undermine. To countries under my mandate, I should publicly commend the Mozambique Bar Association for being granted observer status with the African Commission, and I hope that will be a key element in monitoring human rights in the country. Encourage the governments of the Republic of Cabo Verde, the Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe, and the Republic of Guinea-Bissau to continue their efforts to comply with the obligations under Article 62 by providing periodic reports, Article 62 of the African Charter, Article 26 of the Maputo Protocol, and Article 14 of the Kampala Convention, as well as other protocols to which they are party. Also encourage that they participate in the sessions of the African Commission. As you verify, only Angola and sometimes Guinea-Bissau take part in our sessions. So we hope that Mozambique, São Tomé and Príncipe, Cabo Verde, Equatorial Guinea can resume their participation and presence as well as interaction with the African Commission. Invite the Republic of Equatorial Guinea to resume its collaboration and all countries to respond to the letters of concern that we sent to enable the Commission to have the official versions of issues raised and deal with the situation of human rights in general. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, I must express my sincere appreciation to state parties that helped me in this complex issue. As if the human rights are already complex, the human rights of detainees who are invisible because they are behind bars is even more difficult. So, but it's necessary courage to continue to talk about prisons. My gratitude to partners that we continue together in this noble cause. My gratitude as well to new partners, in particular the members of the advisory and implementation committees for their commitment with the study on prisons and conditions of detention, and to all state parties, NHRIs, and other academic, religious organizations for together to work towards providing on-site training for disseminating guidelines and instruments, in particular issues pertaining to detainees. Thank you very much. I yield back the floor to you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, for the beautiful presentation of your report. And now we're going to open the floor for discussions, and we'll start with state parties. And I'll give the floor to Malawi. Malawi, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates. The Malawi government thanks the Honorable Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela for the comprehensive intersessional report on prisons, conditions of detention, and policing in Africa. Malawi appreciates the great work that the Commission is doing in this area and wishes to highlight the key measures that the government is undertaking in order to improve prison conditions. Overcrowding remains our primary challenge, with a population of over 16,000 inmates, contrary to the designed capacity of 8,000. To address this, Malawi is pursuing a three-pronged approach. Firstly, Malawi has undertaken law reform where it has enacted the Prison Act 2025. The Act provides alternatives to imprisonment, including community service and probation. Secondly, Malawi has institutionalized a structured pardon process and provides for a statutory framework for the Malawi Prison Service to petition the President for pardon of inmates where a continued imprisonment exceeds facility capacity and the inmates meet certain criteria. This formalizes the process and ensures decongestion is done within the law and the public security. Thirdly, the new Prison Act has also introduced parole for eligible inmates who have served a required minimum period set by law and demonstrated rehabilitation. This will reduce pressure on prison and promote reintegration and supervision. Malawi has commenced the construction of modern kitchens in some prison facilities. This aims to improve hygiene, nutrition, and compliance with Mandela rules on food preparation and sanitation for inmates. To improve supervision and rehabilitation, Government has approved increased recruitment of prison recruits in the previous financial year. The 2026-2027 budget has provided for the recruitment of 700 prison recruits, warders. Regarding funding for prisons, the government has increased the funding allocation to the Malawi Prison Service by 17% in the 2026-2027 financial year. The additional funding is directed towards food rations. On policing, the Malawi government has established the Independent Complaint Commission, an oversight civilian institution mandated to receive an investigation complaints from the public against police officers or the Malawi Police Service. The establishment of the ICC is principally to ensure that the police is accountable and professional. Chairperson, in conclusion, Malawi reaffirms its commitment to upholding the dignity and human rights of all inmates. We recognize the condition of our prisons and welcome the Commissioner's recommendation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. It's delegated from Malawi. I positively appreciate the establishment of this mechanism that can enable citizens to file complaints when the police make abuses. I think it's a very good mechanism. I really appreciate that positively. I'd like to give the floor now to Angola. The Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioners, Honorable Commissioner Manuela, would like to congratulate her, and the delegates of state and the representatives of National Human Rights Commission, civil society organization, the Republic of Angola, as a democratic state and a state rule of law, has signed up to so many international human rights conventions as regards the police conditions and detentions. We have the law, the penitentiary law of 29 August 2008, which is helps to check measures or measures that deprive freedom in Angola. The law on the management of prisons. We also have measures concerning these sentences and security measures, and we respect other laws in this area, especially the Angolan Penal Code and the Criminal Procedure Code of Angola. So we've been able to introduce in the penitentiary system significant progress in the treatment of detainees, especially the separation between young people and adults, measures, alternative penal measures on detention, and this helps to usher in a lot of progress with regard to respect of human rights of detainees. It focuses its efforts to improve the prison conditions, for example, medical assistance, literacy, to enable the detainees to build capacities that will help them when they are released. They can develop activities to become independent and support their families. Based on this strategy, the Ministry of Home Affairs developed several training activities, vocational activities in partnership with the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Social Science, the Ministry of the Family, as well as other civil society organizations in Angola, with United Nations agencies and other social partners. Ladies and gentlemen, as regards the training provided by the Ministry of Home Affairs, we've been able to teach subjects that take into account human rights, ethics, professional deontology, to train the staff so that they could be in touch with the public and they could be committed to in their professional activities while respecting the law. We have launched campaigns to strengthen ethics, discipline, patriotism among national police officers on the national level. The Angola government continues to work to improve prison conditions and to improve and to improve conditions for detainees, especially through virtual corridors and the construction and the rehabilitation of prisons, as well as the provision of professional or vocational training to enable detainees to have the same opportunities like the ordinary people. During this year, we inaugurated a new prison that can, with an intake capacity of about 800 detainees. So currently, there are about 44 prison establishments with a capacity of 22,000 detainees. Among these, there are only 3% of them are women. Honorable Commissioner, I'd like to conclude by saying that the Angolan Republic of Angola will continue to strive towards improving prison conditions while respecting the rights of the population and the detainees. Thank you for your kind attention.
We have taken note of your statement. Now I will give the floor to Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Allow me at the outset to express Zimbabwe's sincere appreciation to the Special Rapporteur on Prisons, Conditions of Detention and Policing in Africa, Honorable Maria Teresa Manuela, for the comprehensive report presented to this session. The report provides a balanced reflection on the state of prisons, detention conditions, and policing challenges across our continent, acknowledging progress, the reform efforts being undertaken, and the reform efforts being undertaken by the member states. Zimbabwe welcomes the continued attention given by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to the rights and dignity of persons deprived of liberty. We recognize that the protection of the rights of persons in detention is a vital component. We recognize that the protection of the rights of persons in detention is a vital component of the broader human rights agenda under the African Charter. Over the years, Zimbabwe has undertaken significant reforms to align domestic practices with regional and international human rights standards. A major milestone is the enactment of the Prisons and Correctional Service Amendment Act, which represents a decisive shift from a predominantly punitive correctional model towards a modern system centered on rehabilitation, reintegration, restorative justice, and respect for human dignity. Our correctional institutions are no longer merely centers of punishment, but institutions capable of facilitating behavioral transformation, rehabilitation, and successful reintegration into society. Distinguished delegates, we acknowledge that many African countries continue to face serious challenges relating to prison overcrowding, aging infrastructure, limited resources, and growing demands on correctional systems. In Zimbabwe, efforts continue to be directed towards improving conditions of detention and addressing long-standing structural challenges affecting correctional facilities. The government of Zimbabwe continues to invest in capacity utilization of the over 40 prison farms with the objective of food and nutritional security, through agricultural programs and irrigation-supported prison farms, enhancing self-sufficiency in prison. Healthcare delivery has been strengthened through the procurement of modern medical equipment and recruitment of qualified healthcare personnel, including mental health and psychiatric specialists. Of particular importance is our commitment to the rights of women within our correctional system. The government ensures the priorities, the provisions of sanitary pads, essential antenatal and postnatal care, as well as free treatment for HIV-positive inmates. These interventions are particularly important given the growing recognition of the health of prisoners, including mental health challenges within correctional settings, and the need to ensure that inmates receive adequate health care consistent with constitutional guarantees and international human rights obligations. Mr. Chairman, Zimbabwe acknowledges that prison overcrowding remains one of the most pressing challenges facing the institutions. In response, Zimbabwe has introduced several reforms such as parole system under the new legislative framework. While regulations are being finalized, we recently hosted the regional conference on the parole system in Africa, which provided an important platform for dialogue, exchange of experiences, and strengthening regional cooperation on correctional reform and prisoner rights. The conference reaffirmed the importance of balancing public safety with rehabilitation and reintegration objectives. During the promotion mission by the Commission to Zimbabwe, the delegation visited the Marondera Female Open Correctional Institution and the Harare Central Prison, as alluded by Honorable Manuela. The visits evidence the success of the open prison system to provide opportunities for inmates to work, interact with their families, and transition back into community life. Such initiatives demonstrate Zimbabwe's commitment to adopting humane and progressive approaches to criminal justice administration and promoting sustainable social reintegration. Madam Special Rapporteur, rehabilitation remains at the core of Zimbabwe's correctional philosophy. The Zimbabwe Prisons and Correctional Service continues to implement vocational training programs and educational initiatives to empower inmates with practical skills for successful reintegration into society upon release. We value our partnerships with development partners, civil society organizations, legal aid institutions, and faith-based organizations which enhance the protection of inmates' rights. Distinguished delegates, the issue of professionalism and accountability within security institutions remains of critical importance. Zimbabwe has therefore prioritized the training of police on human rights standards. Human rights training is part of police recruits training curriculum at the police academy. Furthermore, every member of the police service undertakes regular refresher courses annually at provincial training centers across the country and at Police Staff College for advanced and specialized training. In addition, the Police Code of Conduct has expansive provisions for any member who may ill-treat any person in custody. We are pleased to report that the Zimbabwe Independent Complaints Commission is now operational and undertaking its mandate as an independent oversight institution. The Commission is an independent mechanism to receive and investigate complaints against members of Zimbabwe security services. Distinguished delegates, while progress has been made, Zimbabwe acknowledges that challenges remain, particularly in relation to resource constraints. Nevertheless, the government remains fully committed to sustaining these efforts and to build a correctional system that upholds human dignity, promotes rehabilitation, and aligns with international standards. In conclusion, allow me once again to commend the Special Rapporteur for the valuable work undertaken under this important mandate and for the continued advocacy aimed at improving prison conditions and protecting the rights of persons deprived of liberty across Africa. Zimbabwe remains committed to contributing meaningfully to these continental efforts and to advancing correctional reform in a manner that promotes justice, rehabilitation, public safety, and respect for human dignity. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Zimbabwe. The Commission has taken due note of your statement. At this juncture, I will close the discussions and I will hand over the floor to Commissioner Emanuela for her concluding remarks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'd like to thank the state delegates that took the floor to share the experience and important information on the report and the data that we always need. Thank you, Malawi, for the information shared. I must encourage this recruitment of personnel that will take place for the prison service. This is very important for us to come closer to the ratios that we should observe in terms of detainees versus the penitentiary sector, the prison sector. I would like to thank you indeed, and would like, first of all, I'd like to agree with the President on the establishment of this independent committee to receive complaints, and I would like to ask the Zimbabwean delegation to provide us with this information for us to improve our report. With regards to Angola, thank you very much for the information shared. These are very practical questions that should help other countries that do not have these practices, so that they can look at this practice and serve as an example, particularly in terms of the vocational training of the agents and in the separations of detainees in compliance with the Luanda guidelines. So the reforms in the penal code are also of note, as well as a very positive experience, which is the police integrity campaign. We take good note on the number of prison facilities currently existing in Angola and the number of the detainees in these facilities. Thank you also to Zimbabwe for the information provided. We were in Zimbabwe a little while ago, and we could see in practice this change of paradigm in Zimbabwe from a punitive model towards a rehabilitation and reintegration model. Unfortunately, this is still only in the Marondela prison. It would be good indeed if this were expanded to other prisons. We were also able to verify the issues relating to the involvement of detainees in farming, but we continue to request that prisons such as the central prison in Harare that has existed for a while, we urge that these can be relieved by sending more detainees according to the national criteria into open prison to allow the decongesting. Your experience should be shared with other countries so that we can improve on the rights of detainees. Thank you very much for the information provided on the police and the annual refresher programs. I think I've covered all the interventions, Honorable Chair. I thank you for the time allocated to me, and thank you once again for the opportunity granted to me to present my activity report under the rules of the African Commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Manuela. The Commission would like to congratulate you, and we have taken note of your presentation. You have indeed discharged your obligations as contained in Article 64 of our Rules of Procedure. Currently, we have exhausted all the items included in today's agenda. For today, before closing, I will now give the floor to the Secretariat to make announcement for tomorrow's agenda. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving the floor to the Secretariat. Please allow me to share with you the agenda for tomorrow. We would therefore start at 2:12 with the presentations of responses with respect to the reports that have been presented. That is from 2:30 to 4. Second item on the agenda relating to the resolutions committee. Only members of the committee and technical staff would participate in this meeting. This meeting is not accessible to delegates. I thank you, Chairperson, and I'll hand over the floor back to you. Given that nothing else is on the agenda, I would like to thank you for your presence and wish you a good evening. The meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.